I told you I'll be back by 10:30. It's 10:13, so I'm early. But let's get into it because this one is going to be a long one. When I go back to that debate between Mark Golden and Andrew Wallace now because tell a friend for tell a friend for tell some other friends. Say Bolo is live. I want to just forward because we are do the right thing. Zine, yeah, listen to this.
We focus on the leaders. Our moderator is Archibald Gordon.
Let's go. Let's like up the live and make sure you follow, all right?
Welcome to the final of 3 general election debates
organized sir.
By the Jamaica Debates Commission, staged before a live studio audience. The debates.
What's up, Janet? How you doing, darling? Big up your nice, clean self, Ivan. You understand? Big up all our general them on the app. You understand? We have Verna in the building. Let me know where you guys are watching from. Like and share the live. You see me? Yeah, me kind of going to want throwback kind of vibes right now, you know. Yeah, we are going to want to look at throwback kind of vibes and we're going to some news and, you know, but more get this out of the way first. Let's go. Let's go. Like and share the live for me. Pennsylvania in the building. All right, so the donation link is pinned for Bolo VNR 2.0. Right there. There's a pinned link at the top or bottom of the comment section, depending on what you're using. If you want to like the video, right up here. For YouTube, there is a thumbs up button. Once you press the thumbs up button, it opens up. You can press like or dislike, whichever one you want. Just participate. All right, this is a subscriber only channel. So if you don't subscribe, you can't type. Once you subscribe, let me see how much time I put on the subscriber thing. For 5 minutes. 5 minutes. You have to subscribe for 5 minutes before you can type. I put it at 1 minute. We just changed it a while ago. We have Vivian Tyson in the building, Turks and Caicos. Vivian, I'm so happy that you're here. Was there a light outage, power outage on Friday in Turks and Caicos, in any of the islands that you heard about? Because there's been this news circulating, you know, that there was some type of power outage at the same time that we got power outage here in Jamaica. Could you confirm or deny if you guys had a power outage on Friday? Please and thanks. I would really appreciate that. All right, yeah, man. Let me know where you guys are watching from. For TikTok, remember, get the likes up to 50K for me. We missed it earlier. We was at 35K. I am on for way too long for us to miss it. All right, sometimes they all 4 or 5 hours. Let us get it in the first hour. So I'm gonna turn on my stopwatch right now for my computer. Let me see calculator, stopwatch. Let me see stopwatch. All right, see clock there. I'm warm up the clock. Yeah, man, I could get to 50K likes and just done with that. And get that out the way, and then, you know, you can relax on yourself. Oh, my son. All right, starting now. May I start the stopwatch? Boom. 50K likes. 50K likes you need in a 1 hour. Zine, God is the greatest. I'm see people in my rolling. Derval, big up yourself. Let's listen to this one, ladies and gentlemen. I live in Providence. We did not have an outage. We'll have to check within the other islands, but we did not have one. So Providence in Turks and Caicos did not have an outage on Friday. Vivian says, please make some calls for me, Vivian. Vivian, take my number. My number is 876-451-6535. That's 876-451-6535. I'm going to say it again. 876-451-6535. All right?
Are intended to assist in identifying, clarifying, and understanding the issues being presented in this general election campaign. This evening's debate focuses on the leaders. Members of the panel of questioners are Dion Jackson Miller, Radio Jamaica 94 FM, and Giovanni Dennis, CVM TV. Taking and presenting questions from the public is our social media editor, Amoy Harriet, from CVM TV. I am your moderator, Archibald Gordon. As is customary, the audience is not to applaud the debaters except for now, after we announce each debater. Tonight, representing the People's National Party is party leader Mr. Mark Golding. Representing the Jamaica Labour Party is party leader Dr. Andrew Holness. The guidelines for tonight's debates have been previously agreed and are posted on the Debate Commission's website at www.jamaicadebatescommission.org. The guidelines include questions being no longer than 30 seconds, and each debater is allowed 90 seconds to respond to each question, and rebuttals are limited to 45 seconds. The questions posed in tonight's debate will come from two sources. The first source is you, the public. Send us your questions via direct message on Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok to Jamaica Debates. These will be checked, selected, and asked by our social media.
Don't mention the salary. Don't mention the trip to Tokyo. Don't mention the apartment.
What can I mention?
The weather. My mom.
Editor. The second source of questions is from our panel of journalists. Questions are not influenced by the Jamaica Debates Commission in any way. Our sign language interpreters tonight are Dorothy Williams and Terry-Ann Bernard from the Caribbean Christian Center for the Deaf. Based on a previous coin toss, our first question tonight comes from Dion Jackson Miller of the RGR Group, and it will be directed to Dr. Andrew Holness.
Dr. Holness, government members have recommended taking the Auditor General off the Integrity Commission. There have been changes made by your administration to the Office of Political Ombudsman that have virtually destroyed its effectiveness as a check on the behavior of politicians. And there have been constant attacks by members of your administration on the Integrity Commission and on media and civil society groups that criticize your administration. Shouldn't Jamaicans be concerned about what appears to be a pattern by your administration of undermining oversight bodies in the public sector, civil society, and media?
There is absolutely.
Jamaica, that question was a rhetorical question. I'm going to play that question again. And this is why I have some respect for Dion Jackson Miller. And the other day I didn't go all the way. You know what I mean? Like, just to like go at her when she went at Nikisha Burchell. Real thing. And this is the reason why. I remember listening to this and I went, oh my God, wait a minute. We got some journalism in the building. Hey, now that's how you ask a question. You know what I mean? That's how you do it. Straight off the rip. Straight off the rip. Let me know what time it is. Let's listen to that question again. That is a defining question. But of course, Andrew Holness is going to lie, you know. But let's listen to the question again. It was a rhetorical question. Listen to this.
Miller of the RGR Group, and it will be directed to Dr. Andrew Holness.
Dr. Holness, government members have recommended taking the Auditor General off the Integrity Commission. There have been changes made by your administration to the Office of Political Ombudsman that have virtually destroyed its effectiveness as a check on the behavior of politicians. And there have been constant attacks by members of your administration on the Integrity Commission and on media and civil society groups that criticize your administration. Shouldn't Jamaicans be concerned about what appears to be a pattern by your administration of undermining oversight bodies in the public sector, civil society, and media?
There is absolutely no attempt by my administration and indeed myself to.
Lies. Absolute lies. And this man came into the debate lying. The first time he opened his mouth in the national debate, he lied. Paul, is that the general? Mirati, big up yourself, man. Big up yourself, Paul Blake. The first literally the first thing will come out of the man mouth was a lie in Jamaica. There is no attempt by his government to undermine the Auditor General, civil society groups. Just the other day, he was at a meeting in when he was opening Tribridge. You heard what he said? He went after everybody. And even Mark Golding had to put out a statement today. The first exact time, the first thing come out of the man mouth in the debate was an absolute lie. You cannot make this up. You cannot make this up. Everald Warmington went after the cleaner. He went after RJR. And the first thing that came out of Andrew Holness' mouth was a lie. This was a rhetorical question, you know. There was one question in the question, but the actual premise of the question was not debatable. And the first thing he did was lie about the actual premise of the question. Let's play it again. Let's play it again. Me tell you, this is going to be a long life, you know. Me tell you, listen to me. Big up Perry in Christ. I was listening to him. I said, wait a minute, I need to go back to this debate. Wait a minute. I said, I need to go back to this debate. Let's explore the debate. Because remember the Integrity Commission, the young arm of Jamaica, they came after the leader of the opposition, right? And just fabricated stuff. Didn't do any research. As I understand it, what Peter Gay Ferguson said is that it was already gazetted when they actually put out the article in the Gleaner. I'm like, really? Would really do that? Young arm of Jamaica. You, K-Girl, what's up, darling? You guys really came out after the Integrity boss and didn't do any research? Shame. Shame and shame and shame. You guys cannot get away with that. Let me tell you why. Because Mark Golding has a track record of accountability. Mark Golding has a track record of being certified. Andrew Holness don't. No, he doesn't. He does not. We are not the same. You understand? Who you support and who I support, we are not the same. Stop it. Out of order. You understand? Let me see what's going on in the chat. Squad is from a Peter. Squad is easy. Let me see what else says up here. So, big up K girl in the building. Forever riches. Big up yourself. Yeah, straight out the bat. The man lied Jamaica. Captain Mergy said too many recycled people in Andrew's team. All failures. The younger ones are just loyal cubs of our jackass PM. You ain't tell no lies, bro. It's a whole dictatorship over there. It's a dictatorship party. You feel what I'm saying?
To the office of
Way. Our sign language interpreters tonight are Dorothy Williams and Terry-Ann Bernard from the Caribbean Christian Center for the Deaf. Based on a previous coin toss, our first question tonight comes from Dion Jackson Miller of the RJR Group, and it will be directed to Dr. Andrew Holness.
Dr. Holness, government members have recommended taking the Auditor General off the Integrity Commission. There have been changes made by your administration to the Office of Political Ombudsman. That
part. Changes that was made to the Office of the Political Ombudsman. That affected the election, you know. I just want you guys to know that. Remember that Everald Warmington attempted to gerrymander Portmore. I know where's Everald Warmington position? Anybody? Where is he positioned? In the same spot that he was criticizing persons that they were getting too much money. You can't make this up, you know. He said that those persons were a waste of space, basically. And now he's in the position getting the same money plus his money as an MP in that space. I don't remember the position, but it has something to do with the EOJ and the electorate and all of that. Mighty God. Somebody can do a quick research for me. I don't have time.
Virtually destroyed its effectiveness as a check on the behavior of politicians.
Thank you so much. Hashtag the electoral office. Thank you. There you go.
And there have been administration to the Office of Political Ombudsman that have virtually destroyed its effectiveness as a check on the behavior of politicians.
So the ombudsman, for those who don't know what the political ombudsman, the job of the political ombudsman is, it's the referee between the two political parties. They literally neutered that particular position, and now that person is simply a puppet for, that entity is simply a puppet for the office of the Prime Minister. No checks and balances. Same thing with NARA. NARA CEO is allegedly the cousin of Andrew Holness, right? And he's married to, what's your name? Justin Hensel, right? That is the brother of, that is the sister of Jason Hensel, and their family own Treasure Beach, and the tourism minister, and also, what his name? Oh my God, Floyd Green is deeply entrenched and connected with them. And then NARA now is inserted itself with funding some type of expansion of their aviation. Listen to me. Nepotism, cronyism, corruption is ripe in the Jamaica Labour Party. Fully. You remember good? Well, of course, New York Knicks lost this game. Where are the Knicks fans? Why the referee them trying? The referee them try, boy.
And there have been constant attacks by members of the administration on the Integrity Commission and on media and civil society groups that criticize the administration. Shouldn't Jamaicans be concerned about what appears to be a pattern by your administration of undermining oversight bodies in the public sector, civil society, and media?
Those parts of the question that she asked it wasn't up for debate. That's exactly what they did. They literally went out there and attacked all of these entities. Every last one of them was attacked by the Jamaica Labour Party, civil society groups. Who remember when Andrew Holness said that when the PNP was going to have no, not the PNP, my apologies. When Jamaicans for Justice was going to have a protest to be pro body-worn cameras, Andrew Holness told people to go out and oppose them and wear blue to support the PNP, to support the police. When the PNP went out there with the people, right? I think Hero Circle, right? He told them in one of them JLP meetings, say the Labour right them should go there and protest the protests. So Andrew Holness government always 100 life. 100 life. Don't challenge me. I'm not going to pull it up right now, but don't challenge me. Ask anybody in our chat if Andrew never said that. When Jamaicans for Justice was in Kingston, no, you have to send me lion first. I'm not going to kill up myself go look for that right now. You have to send me the lion first and show me say. Send me the lion first and show me say you can send me the lion, and I will spend the rest of the night looking for that particular clip. Because it's there. It is there, and I actually did a reaction to it, but it was so long ago for me to, you know how much video I do a day? It is so long ago for me to dig up that a trouble. You understand? It's only $259. 100 life. A lot of Jamaicans don't have $259. And even if you're in the States working, Jamaicans are not giving people lion. And you have to be a Jamaican to be out here capping for the Prime Minister. You got to be. So you can't trick me. The only way I am going to do that is if you put up a lion. And I promise you that I am going to find it. Promise you. I will spend the entire night to find when Andrew said that. I'm not ask her that. I'm not tell her that. If it take me 3 hours, I'm going to take the 3 hours. I'm not stopping because it's there. Andrew Holness tell them, said if you go out and go support the police, I don't talk to you. Because you don't expose yourself already. Frank, you think me no remember you? You always a defend Andrew. Always. You remember good. As a matter of fact, I'm going to link somebody right now. I'm going to link somebody right now. Just to make sure I have it. And then when me say to yourself, you send it, and then me play it. But me not go look up that right now. Hold on there. Let's see. That's something for the go. But I want to message. Oh, see it here. Hopefully General not sleep. Hopefully him not sleep. But yes, Andrew Holness told the people to go out. Yeah, Ishmael. Yeah, me up on the live, I know, but nobody not here still. What may I say? You remember when Andrew did tell the people them say, if you go protest, go wear blue in support of the police when the JFJ when I protest the body worn cameras? Thank you very much. Do you have the clip of that, or could you point me in the direction of where I could find it? Exactly when was it at a JLP meeting? He said it in the height of the campaign, but I wonder if it was at a JLP meeting or one of the JIS conferences. It was a JIS conference, so it would be around August-ish. July. All right. I'm going to look up when then it actually have that particular protest there, and then we kind of can get the timeline. Thank you so much. All right, cool. Listen, guys. I know it's no debate, you know. It's not that I am not confident, and I know that he said it. It's no debate. You see the person we are running up their mouth about lion. More want them send the lion and have it and play it in their face. Yeah, that more want them do. Send the lion, man. Because you must think, say, what is wrong with you? Me no come on this thing just to come talk like someone don't know what me I talk about. I just the timeline me I try to remember when the actual protest did happen and when him say it and where him say it. We know say it's either at a rally, like a JLP rally, or it was at a JIS press conference. One out of the two. Yes, Andrew Holness told them to wear blue. If you never hear it, that means you not follow up the thing. Anyway, moving on. Let's hear Andrew Holness lie to the people that his government did not attack the Integrity Commission, mainstream media, and civil society. Let's hear him lie. Blatantly lie.
Behavior of politicians, and there have been constant attacks by members of the administration on the Integrity Commission and on media and civil society groups that criticize your administration. Shouldn't Jamaicans be concerned about what appears to be a pattern by your administration of undermining oversight bodies in the public sector, civil society, and media?
There is absolutely no attempt by my administration and indeed myself to undermine any oversight body. Indeed, we have acted to strengthen and make them far more efficient in placing the oversight of the political ombudsman under the office of the Electoral Commission. That's a move to strengthen and give it far more institutional framework. I myself have been...
Jamaica, for sure you say Andrew Holness take with the idiot. You hear him say a while ago? He put the political ombudsman in the office of the EOJ. Where's the office of the EOJ? Where is the EOJ operating from? Andrea, good night. I catch up a draft now. Where is the EOJ operating from, ladies and gentlemen? Wanna go look it up? Let's go look it up. Let's continue.
Complimentary and acted in a very dignified way as it relates to the Integrity Commission.
Mr. Golding will have the opportunity to respond.
There has been a definite pattern of hostility from the Jamaica Labour Party government towards the institutions mentioned in the question. In particular, the Integrity Commission, largely because it is well known that there are at least 10 members of parliament who are under investigation for illicit enrichment, a serious corruption offense, of which the only one to be known is the one for whom a report has been completed and sent to the parliament, which is you, Andrew. As a result of that, they have done their very best to try to neuter that critical institution, including the Prime Minister, bringing that institution to court to undermine its effect.
Big up Marky G. Big up Marky G. What is more glaring of you fighting the Integrity Commission than bringing them to court? Argument done, you know? The man literally lied to the people a while ago. But thank God for Marky G being so sharp in his response, tearing that lie down quite easily. Why did you carry the Integrity Commission to court if you're strengthening it? Why did you ask the court to remove the illicit enrichment portion of the act? Why did you ask the court to demand the Integrity Commission to actually certify your Andrew? Ha ha ha. Look at you, man. Look at you. I'm looking for something. Let's continue. No, we are not lucky, you know. We are lucky that we have Mark Jefferson Golding in as the leader of the opposition. That's what we're lucky for. Because he pressured them. He took it all the way to make sure that the Integrity Commission report of the FLA was tabled. So it's not luck that they tabled it's not luck. It's the pressure that the PMP put on them. Understand that. That is what happened. Because they realized that, listen, we already held this back for weeks, you know. The excuse about sub-juke was not going to work anymore. That's why they had to table the report. Yes! Why you think the FLA decides that they are not going to attack the Integrity Commission again with no lawsuit? Because they know they would lose and it's a waste of damn time. It's already out. We heard that a dead man bought bullets. We heard that thousands, hundreds of rounds walked out of the FLA. We heard that systems was manipulated. Right? And then the manipulation of the system and who gave the order for that manipulation, that particular evidence cannot be ascertained. Heights of corruption. Yo, crazy, bro.
It's an indeed Integrity Commission, largely because
oversight of the political ombudsman under the office of the Electoral Commission. That's a move to strengthen and give it far more institutional framework. I myself have been very complimentary and acted in a very dignified way as it relates to the Integrity Commission.
Pause. What is the role of the political ombudsman? Because we are teach tonight, you know. Ombudsman. We are teach tonight. The role of the political ombudsman is to investigate complaints of political misconduct, bias, and electoral irregularities to ensure political actors and parties adhere to established codes of conduct. They serve as independent referees. Keyword, ladies and gentlemen. Independent referees to protect citizens' rights and promote civility, good governance, and non-violence in political climate. Monitoring political conduct, observing the actions of politicians, their members, and supporters to ensure compliance with a formal code of political conduct. Investigating complaints, probing reports for intimidation, intimidation, threats, destruction of political property, like when them take down the people board off at the top of the something, Jamaica, like and share the video. Also resolve disputes, mediating conflict and maintaining peaceful and fair elections among competing political parties and their supporters, promoting accountability. That is the kryptonite of the Jamaica Labour Party. We no wonder why they moved the political ombudsman from being independent, because they don't like accountability. Let's continue. Goes on to say that ensuring democratic process remains free from corruption, coercion, and violence. We know the Jamaica Labour Party antecedents, shower posse, all of that. We know they have a history of violence. They have a history of corruption. So the political ombudsman being independent does not serve them well. All right? And we have to remember that Andrew Holness is the son, the political son of who? Edward Siaga. The one that was responsible for the CIA being in Jamaica, going on with themselves, the Eventide home fire and all of these things. Talk to me, no man. Talk to me, no man. All the violence around politics is who? Siaga. Talk to me, no man. Who build the guards to them? Talk to me, no man. Because why? They did not want Jamaica to have any influence from Cuba. The same Cuban them with them out for attack now, you know. Hello? Wanna see how history repeat itself? Guys, hold on, let me check the times, the clock. Hold on, let me check the clock, because my side now go on good enough. How much minutes gone already? Ladies and gentlemen, 28 minutes have gone and I don't get 5,000 likes. And we need 50,000 likes. So we need everybody to start top up the screen. I don't want them to type. I don't want them to send nothing in the chat. I want everybody top up the screen right now. All 100 likes more, you top more than anybody else. Because I allow you to stay in here and comment. Although, you know, we still say you're labor right. You're not disrespectful, so I allow you to comment. You just blatantly go like say you don't know what time it is. You understand? And I try to defend Andrew. So we make a stay. Yeah. But normally, I don't really tolerate it. You see me? I don't tolerate it. I'm telling you right now. But you tread softly. But don't step on the landmine here. Beulah Brown say what? What go on Beulah Brown, big up yourself. Everybody tap up the screen for me right now. I need to get to 50K. We can't go no further right now without the 50K right now. At 30 minutes gone and I only have half an hour left to get the 50K. We want to get the 50K out of the way, Zine, so we can get to we can just enjoy the rest of the reaction. So everybody double tap the screen for me. Just like this. All YouTube too. This is what we want to know. Double tap the middle of the screen, YouTube. Just like this. See there? The middle of the screen right there. So you see my finger there, double tap it. That's all you need to do. Double tap, double tap, double tap, double tap. Everybody double tap right now. The middle of your phone screen. Double tap the middle of your phone screen. Yes. Yes. That is it. That is it. Me I watch you know, because time I move and you know, I don't want the time move too far and then we don't get nowhere.
Mr. Gold.
Oh, one next thing told me I wanted to research about the political ombudsman. Google, why was the political ombudsman position created? Why was the political ombudsman position created? Why was it created? The political ombudsman position was created to promote peaceful peaceful coexistence among political parties, investigate complaints of the political misconduct and uphold adherence to National Code of Political Conduct. The office was established to provide an impartial mediator to help diffuse tension, prevent electoral violence, and preserve democracy. or preserve democratic integrity, right? Specifically, acting as a neutral referee to investigate breaches. Yeah, we know all of that. So the violence of before, in terms of how Jamaica used to be, and all of us should actually know a lot of stories from our elders, from documentaries of how bloody the political process was. Persons were unaliving people in spaces because they were from that side. And of course, we know that the Jamaica Labour Party were more of the aggressors in the initial stages. You understand? And of course, if you aggress some people, at some point they will have to defend themselves. They're not just going to be lamb to the slaughter. And there it started with the Jamaica Labour Party. Yes? Yes? Accurate, innit? Sherry, how you doing, my baby? How are you? Good to see you, Miss Ferrari. Mighty God. What a name. Is that the actual name? Ferrari? Or did you just, Ferrari up yourself? Interesting. That have to be one married name. Anyway, moving on, guys. Let's continue. Only like and shut the live now, YouTube. What's going on? What's going on? Are you just make up a name, though? She are dead with laugh. At least put a smile on your face. May I follow you back? Pick up your nice, clean self. Let's continue.
Mr. Golding will have the opportunity to respond.
There has been a definite pattern of hostility from the Jamaica Labour Party government towards the institutions mentioned in the question. In particular, the Integrity Commission, largely because it is well known that there are at least 10 members of Parliament who are under investigation for
Marky G, upgrade here. Past 10 now. Upgrade, my general. Upgrade.
illicit enrichment, a serious corruption offence, of which the only one to be known is the one for whom a report has been completed and sent to the Parliament, which is you, Andrew. As a result of that,
You, the only body known to be under investigation for illicit enrichment is you, Andrew. You.
they have done their very best to try to neuter that critical institution,
Yes.
including the Prime Minister, bringing that institution to court
Yes.
to undermine its effectiveness and indeed eliminate it entirely.
Mighty God.
Our next question comes from Giovanni Dennis, and it goes to Mr. Mark Golding.
Mr. Golding, Keith Duncan says the PNP's proposal to increase the income tax threshold to 3.5 million is impractical and impossible to fund without new taxes. Can you explain how these planned tax breaks will work without hurting the economy?
The context in which we have decided to increase the threshold to 3.5 million is the hollowing out of the middle class in this country. Working families finding it extremely difficult to make ends meet. And we believe with the debt to GDP ratio having now, after 13 and a half years of belt tightening and austerity, having now reached the cusp of the target of 60% of GDP introduced into the fiscal rules in law under Portia Simpson Miller, this is a time, this year it's expected actually, with the readjustment of the definition and calculation of GDP, this is the year that we expect to achieve that target. That will release 2.5% to 3% of GDP of additional resources, which were not previously budgeted for in the fiscal policy paper. That is more than sufficient to pay for our entire program, including the $3.5 million increase to 3.5 million of the tax threshold, which will make our civil servants and our middle managers, and indeed most of Jamaicans who are presently suffering under the high burden of the cost of living, have money that they can spend, they can fix up their homes, extend their homes with a room, buy a car if they don't have one, pay down debt where they may be in arrears. It is necessary to preserve the country from brain drain and to keep the society intact.
Dr. Holness now has the opportunity to respond.
The hollowing out of the middle class is an act of the PNP. They totally decimated the middle class. It is a Jamaica Labour Party that introduced the increase in the non-tax threshold that recreated a middle class in Jamaica. In fact, when you look at the salary profile of PAYE contributors, you would see that their salaries have all risen. It is the Jamaica Labour Party through the compensation review that has increased salaries by over 200 billion Jamaican dollars for public sector workers. The current proposal of the PNP is unworkable.
It's now time for a question from social media. We're going to Amoy Harriet.
Thanks, Archie. Our first social media question tonight comes from Instagram. Shania in Kingston, she says, low voter turnout suppresses the effectiveness of a democratic society. Many Jamaicans refuse to vote because they believe both parties are corrupt.
Listen
what
to
would
this.
you say to this significant...
MLW, salute to you, my brother. How you doing? Bless up, bless up, bless up. Respect every time. Y'all make sure y'all go check out my brother Mel Dub, man. You know what I'm saying? Ladies and gentlemen, we only have 20 minutes to get to 50K, you know. TikTok. Come on, man. We not doing so good, bro. We falling way behind. We got to do better. We got to do better. Let's go.
Of non-voters, and if elected, how will you hold? It comes from Instagram. Shania in Kingston, she says, low voter turnout suppresses the effectiveness of a democratic society. Many Jamaicans refuse to vote because they believe both parties are corrupt. What would you say to the significant population of non-voters? And if elected, how will you hold politicians accountable for offenses against the people instead of protecting them?
So in this instance, the question, you have 90 seconds to answer, and we begin with Dr. Holness.
Corruption is a serious problem in our country. And corruption requires strong leadership. From my position as Prime Minister, I have taken action against any member of my political party that has been involved or accused of anything that suggests corruption. In my own case.
Lion! Lion! Jamaica, any labor right you are watching me right now, tell me one person Andrew wants to take action against that corruption was or I'm not taking action against himself. Me not even go ask you that. How did leader of Jamaica or leader of the Jamaica Labour Party don't take no action against himself? Talk to me now, man. We have 20 minutes left. TikTok. Get the taps up. Everybody double tap. Everybody. One time. Tell me who apart from Rural Reid, we never really have no choice because Rural Reid is in the court. He was forced. Tell me who in the Jamaica Labour Party, when my girl let Marissa Dalrymple lie to the Integrity Commission and he got a quote say she lied. Where's Marissa Dalrymple now? Didn't she run in the last election, Jamaica? Where is this argument? And as our next lie, this the one telling her. Mighty God, we have 20 minutes, guys. Get the likes up, and share up the live to so we can get some help. Let me pin my live goal. YouTube, there's a live goal. Help me with the live goal on YouTube. Thank you very much. Let me pin my live goal. Let me pin it on TikTok. There it is. Yeah, man. Wow. Andrew is something else. Alicia, big up your nice pin self here. That is it. Let's continue.
I have been in leadership. From my position as Prime Minister, I have taken action against any member of my political party that has been involved or accused of anything that suggests corruption. In my own case, I have been investigating.
That suggests corruption? So Andrew, you have taken action against persons in your party. No, but go listen to that again. Hey, me tell you say, him own words, you know, man, always defile him, you know. Wait a minute. Hold on there.
Leadership. From my position as Prime Minister, I have taken action against any member of my political party that has been involved or accused of anything that suggests corruption. In my own case,
he has taken action against any member that in anything that involves accusation of corruption. Then Andrew, your Integrity Commission report, the amount of accusation that is there, how comes you not resign? We calling on Andrew Holness to resign immediately. Immediately, we still call upon it same way. And if you don't resign, I'm sure God is going to work on you. Yes, God is going to remove you, Andrew. No, man, listen to them something here.
Of my political party that has been involved or accused of
corruption. Jesus have mercy. Father God, take a wheel. I'm glad someone can look over this on live stream here. I am glad I am going over this. What a guy. What a guy.
that suggests corruption. In my own case, I have been investigated for a year with an expert forensic auditor. The findings of that report have suggested no corruption. There have been no charges. Every aspect of my report, every aspect of my personal life, of my personal financial details are in the public domain.
Lie. Lie. That's a lie. The Integrity Commission clearly stated that Andrew Holness cannot be certified because he refused to cooperate any further. Because he refused to give more evidence that they asked for. He said that he gave them enough. Who is he to determine that? Is he the investigator? That's a lie. That is a lie. I'm not talking with water and I'm out a lie I tell Jamaica. Let me play it again. Let me play the question again. Give me a second, I soon come back.
Of PAYE contributors, you would see that their salaries have all risen. It is the Jamaica Labour Party through the compensation review that has increased salaries by over 200 billion Jamaican dollars for public sector workers. The current proposal of the PNP is unworkable.
Download Cleanup for free.
Looking for someone to chat with? Just open the chat. Send a message. Not another profile to swipe past. A conversation that may actually lead somewhere. In a week, you may feel less alone online. In 2 weeks, one chat might stand out. In a month, you may stop scrolling altogether. Meet now online.
It's now time for a question from social media. We're going to Amoy Harriet.
Thanks, Archie. Our first social media question tonight comes from Instagram. Shania in Kingston, she says, low voter turnout suppresses the effectiveness of a democratic society. Many Jamaicans refuse to vote because they believe both parties are corrupt. What would you say to the significant population of non-voters? And if elected, how will you hold politicians accountable for offenses against the people instead of protecting them?
So in this instance, the question, you have 90 seconds to answer. We begin with Dr. Holness.
Corruption is a serious problem in our country. And corruption requires strong leadership. From my position as Prime Minister, I have taken action against any member of my political party that has been involved or accused of anything that suggests corruption. In my own case, I have been investigated for a year with an expert forensic auditor. The findings of that report have suggested no corruption. There have been no charges. Every aspect of my report, every aspect of my personal life and my personal financial details are in the public domain. I am the
Before Andrew gonna further, something just come to me a while ago. Andrew. Andrew, let me play that back. Yo, Andrew, what's up there, yeah, man? Oh my God. Wait a minute.
How will
Wait a minute. What is this? What happened a while ago? What happened?
you hold politicians accountable?
Yes.
for
Or
offenses
you
against
hold
the
politicians
people
accountable.
instead of protecting them?
Yeah.
So in this instance, the question, you have 90 seconds to answer, and we begin with Dr. Holness.
Yes.
corruption is a serious problem in our country.
Yes.
And corruption requires strong leadership.
No, Andrew, you admitted that you in a power for 10 years and corruption is a serious problem in the country. Mighty God. How is the opposition going to be corrupt when them don't angle money? So now you are a problem. Are you on the JLP a problem, you know? Wanna listen to what the man said a while ago? He is admitting that his government is the problem. Boy, you cannot make this up. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 12 minutes before 1 hour gone. And we only have 18,400 likes on TikTok. Let's do better, guys. Come on. Let's do better. Let's do better. Let's do better. Let's do better. Let's do better, guys. Come on.
Corruption is a serious problem in our country.
Mm-hmm.
And corruption requires strong leadership.
Yes.
From my position as Prime Minister, I have taken action against any member of my political party that has been involved or accused of anything that suggests corruption.
So, Andrew, it needs strong leadership. You have taken action, but you still admit that corruption is a serious problem. That means your actions are not credible. They are not sufficient. They are not efficient. They are not workable. Whatever actions you have taken, you have failed. Because it's not the PMP that the 14 members of the People's National Party at the time that was in power was involved in corruption where the government is concerned. It's not them. They're not in power. They are not the ones that are controlling the country's purse. It's you and your government. So all the actions that you have taken has mounted up to we still having a corruption problem in Jamaica. I just wanted to point that out, you know. That is another acceptance of failure, you know, and another admission of failure. You cannot make this up, bro. You cannot make this up.
In my own case, I have been investigated for a year with an expert forensic auditor. The findings of that report have suggested no corruption. There have been no charges. Every aspect of my report, every aspect of my personal life, personal financial details are in the public domain. I am the politician about which Jamaica knows the most. And therefore, I am the politician who can stand with the greatest moral authority to treat with any matter that is considered corrupt, as I have done in the past. And I want to give this assurance to the Jamaican people that you know me, you know about me, you can trust me, and you know that I stand against corruption.
Andrew, how do you contradict yourself several times in one statement? And just lie a gazillion times in one statement? How do we know the most about you? That's not true. That's not true. If we did know the most about you, we'd know all about you. But you have hid things from the Integrity Commission and refuse to give them certain information, and that's why you're not certified. Whose man's is this? Yo, you cannot make this
Golden
up.
has the opportunity to respond to that social media question as well.
Andrew, what they know about you is that you have 28 bank accounts, that you received several $1 million in cash deposits from anonymous donors in your bank account, that your companies had transactions of over $400 million, several thousand transactions between them, and that Positive Jamaica Foundation, a non-profit which you are intimately connected with, provided resources which you use for personal investments through your personal company. We have signed the Leadership Code of Conduct developed by Integrity Commission. All of our spokespersons and myself have signed. None of your people have signed it. I'm committed to ensuring that all members of the executive, when we form government, will have their Integrity Commission declarations published, not just the leader of the opposition and what should happen, but hasn't happened in your case because you're not certified, the Prime Minister. So the whole question that has been asked is an excellent question. And we really need to step up our vigilance against corrupt behavior, nepotism, and cronyism. The volume of scandals under this Jamaica Labour Party government is unprecedented. Over the number of ministers who have had to be removed from frontline duty, many of them parked in the naughty corner in OPM rather than being sacked. It is a
You see what Mark Golding did? His rebuttal was phenomenal. Andrew Holness said he dealt with persons that were caught in any allegations of corruption, but all he did was put them in a space where nobody would remember them, but they're still functioning under the Jamaica Labour Party. You hear what he said? He parked them at Odd Pen. He ain't lying. He ain't lying. The number of persons that is under investigation and have scandals and allegations about them in the Jamaica Labour Party, it is scandalous, ladies and gentlemen. Who among them has no blemish? That should be the question. They are the reason why the country corruption index is where it's at. And there's no debating that. No debating that. None. You hear what he said? So the question from the person is, how do you combat this? Mark Golding said, listen, I'm going to make sure that the people in my party, not just me, but there's going to be a new legislation that they have to publish their assets and liabilities. So you, the people, we can be transparent with you, and you know that this person is operating the way how they're supposed to. They will be obligated, ladies and gentlemen, to have it published and gazetted, so you can have confidence in your leadership. Basically, Andrew Holness said, listen, I have been doing this way, and I'm going to continue to do it this way. What is that way? The gag order way? Protecting these people, not publishing these things. The opposite of what Mark Golding, and also, by the way, is not only not publishing, but not signing the code of conduct for the Integrity Commission. Something that at half of the press, the first time I came on the scene, she was raving about, and she continued to say it to the people, don't you see that Andrew Holness, they don't sign the code of conduct? Mama San, big up. At half of the press was raving about that. Guys, we only have 6 minutes and we don't even reach 20K. Come on, man. Can't be say 1 hour pass and when I reach 50,000 likes. That bad. That really bad. Me see Dre Bryan starting live and asking people if 50K likes right now. It's 20K likes. And in a 10 minutes, them give him 20K likes. There's so much labor right over here, watch me. Wanna love over here, but I'm afraid for type. Mighty God. No, sir. Wanna love over here, bad man. Away comrade them there. Comrades. I'm going to start the clock after I done the hour. I'm going to start over the clock. Because we need to get to 50K likes and done it. I'm tired to talk about it. YouTube, get the likes up for me now. There's some people over here that have not hit the like button yet. Please and thanks. You know, make it make sense. So let's continue. Andrew not easy, man. Andrew don't make the man inside the corner conduct. Anytime they get in a fire, he just put them on one place. Didn't you remember Ruel Reid talking about 4th term? Only remember when Andrew Holness was being sworn in last year. Ruel Reid was there in a big and bold supporting. Them not dash him way. And him in a court for all type of crime. All type of criminal charges against him and other people. But yet still he, you know, he's the integrity man where deal with people who have problems. No, stop it. Look what Mark Golding did to Dennis Meadows for a statement that he made. That is the integrity boss. Mark Jefferson Golding. Don't get it twisted. Labor rights. Don't get it twisted. Understand on yourself. You can live in a shame with no corruption boss. But don't get it twisted. A one integrity boss. Yes, man, if you're not proud of the corruption boss, you can go and stay prideful in the corruption. You understand? And I am not going to stand beside a Mark Golding that is not exhibiting integrity. Just understand that. I'm not standing there not beside no leader. We're not exhibiting integrity. As long as Marky G exhibit integrity, Bolo VNR is going to stand by Marky G. Yes, yes. Let's continue.
Grace to the country and your personal situation of our vigilance against corrupt behavior, nepotism, and cronyism. The volume of scandals under this Jamaica Labour Party government is unprecedented. Over the number of ministers who have had to be removed from frontline duty, many of them parked in the naughty corner and OPM rather than being sacked. It is a disgrace to the country and your personal situation where you're operating under a deep cloud because your Integrity Commission declarations are not certified also is something which Jamaica cannot go forward with.
Okay, belly is the hardest part to lose. What do you do? Cardio, gym?
What? No gym. I'm 48. I don't train like a kid.
Come on, a flat stomach like that doesn't just happen. So what then?
Tai Chi walking, 15 minutes a day.
We'll now take a short break and we invite you to stay tuned.
The following is paid.
Existed to advise in
and super your vote.
well,
But we already.
Into the back end of a lack of moral start with
Commission. We invite you, the public, to send us your questions via direct message on Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok to Jamaica Debates. We now ask Dion Jackson Miller to start this segment with a question for Mr. Mark Golding.
Going back to the income tax proposal, Mr. Golding, because several people have been taking issue with your numbers. The PNP's assertion that it can fund the proposal through projected revenue growth doesn't seem to take into, as well as organic revenue growth, doesn't seem to take into account increase in expenditure. That's also projected, as well as low growth rates that no government in recent years has managed to overcome. Isn't it true that your numbers just don't add up?
The fiscal policy paper does project over the next 3 years some $160 billion additional revenue. The degree to which there are accompanying expenses will depend on how we manage the expense side of the budget. There's also the fact that there's $360 billion of programs in the budget that represent the priorities of a given government at a particular point in time. When we are elected, we're not going to be elected to maintain the current trajectory that Jamaica is on. People want to see change. And most fundamentally, the issue really is the fact that we are coming to the end of the period of austerity, the period where Jamaica has been for 13 and a half years, steadfastly paying down debt. So that the debt to GDP ratio, which we inherited at 147% of GDP at the beginning of 2012, is now, in this fiscal year, projected to achieve the target of 60% of GDP. Once that happens, we no longer have to reduce debt as a priority. We just have to maintain that debt profile. That will release resources of 2.5% to 3% of GDP, which is close to $90 billion of additional resources, which no longer have to be part of your primary surplus target. So we will be able to fund our program quite comfortably come April next year, when the fiscal year starts.
And granted, context matters. There was no Hurricane Melissa at this time. So he was absolutely right based off the numbers. You understand? They will be able to do all the things he said he was going to do. And this exposed, Andrew, listen to this.
Holness,
You know, there's a song which says, when the rum tells you you're a big dancer. I don't know what the leader of the opposition was drinking. Firstly, the debt to GDP for this fiscal year is not projected to be 60%. It is projected to be 65% thereabouts. If the leader of the opposition is depending on growth to provide the revenues for $75 billion of expenditure, the country would have to grow between 8 and 10%, which has not done that since the 60s. Thirdly, yes, there are $300 billion of programs. What are these programs? Pharmaceuticals.
Thank you, Dr.
for the poor.
Holness. Thank you, Dr. Holness. Our next question is from Giovanni Dennis, and it goes to Dr. Holness.
Jamaica, I want you to remember what Andrew Holness said. It's at 65. Debt to GDP ratio at 65. Mark Golding is going to expertly answer and rebut the foolishness he said when he starts to answer this next question.
Yes. You said on February 7, 2016 in Sam Sharp Square, Montego Bay, within our first 100 days in government, we will start the legislative process to fix the general election date in Jamaica. It's been 3,490 days since. In your May 2016 budget debate, you further stated the country should not be distracted by protracted periods of uncertainty. Yet, that's exactly what happened with this year's election. After 2 consecutive terms in office, you have failed to deliver on this promise. Why?
Your research into this matter, I respect the question, is incomplete. At the calling of the 2020 general elections, I explained to the public in Parliament that our government actually started work on fixed election date, and we found that it was inconsistent with our constitutional arrangements. And there,
Jamaica, how convenient, right? Razzie Scott, how convenient Andrew Holness observes the Constitution when it comes on to him making a promise about fixed elections. But when the needs was being created, he didn't observe the Constitution. When he was going against the Constitution by all of these what do you call it? They call it something. Emergency powers. He didn't have any problem. He didn't observe the Constitution then. But you know, coincidentally, quite conveniently, ladies and gentlemen, Andrew Holness observed the Constitution when he has to complete a promise and a commitment that he made for fixed election. Yo, what are they Jamaica? Hey. No, I forgot. No, I've got to do one TikTok video. Sorry, we can't believe that right there. This one has some money. I don't want to. Jamaica, want to bear with me. Thank you guys for your patience. Oh my God, let's hear the question. Oh Jesus, oh my God, Lord of mercy. Woo. Let me see.
It's from Giovanni Dennis, and it goes to Dr.
Giovanni Dennis, yes. Lord, help us, Father God. This man is diabolical. Wow. Trust me, I'm terrible, you know? I'm terrible. Alright, let me just pin this and then move to TikTok. Yeah, man, I have to drop this on TikTok, man. While I'm live. TikTok, pick up on the sir. This is a TikTok moment. You see what I do with? TikTok, listen to this. Listen to the argument here from Andrew Holness in the debate last year, leadership debate.
Yes.
Dr. Holness, you said on February 7, 2016 in Sam Sharp Square, Montego Bay, within our first 100 days in government, we will start the legislative process to fix the general election date in Jamaica. It's been 3,490 days since. In your May 2016 budget debate, you further stated the country should not be distracted by protracted periods of uncertainty. Yet, that's exactly what happened with this year's election. After 2 consecutive terms in office, you have failed to deliver on this promise. Why?
your research into this matter, I respect the question, is incomplete. At the calling of the 2020 general elections, I explained to the public in Parliament that our government actually started work on fixed election day, and we found that it was inconsistent with our constitutional arrangements. And therefore, we did not include it in our 2020 manifesto. It is no longer a...
Ladies and gentlemen, it is so hilariously convenient that Andrew Holness would observe the Constitution at that juncture in time, when he has gone against the Constitution several times after that, in terms of the emergency powers. You know, he was taken to court several times because they violated the Constitution. Look at the needs. But when he made a promise to the people about fixed elections, you know, observing the Constitution was more important. Then why didn't he observe the Constitution all those other times? How comes that's the only time when he observes the Constitution, ladies and gentlemen? Remember, this government has a very long antecedents of violating our constitutional rights. The needs was so bad. If you guys should go back and look and read the ruling, it was a very comprehensive ruling from the judge of how much privacy violations was there. The core, it was like the core of the Constitution that was being violated. But Andrew Holness government was running to run that through, and they did. They ran it through because they had 49 and we had 14, and they didn't observe nothing. Even when the PNP was warning them about the emergency powers abuse in locking down the place, they still went ahead. I know the government have to be paying people that have sued them. Multiple people that have sued them because they violated their constitutional rights. How convenient. But when you're supposed to have fixed election, you just realize that it goes against our constitutional rights. Interesting. I just wanted to share that. I'm live right now. You can come on my YouTube or my TikTok. Yes? Link in the bio. Yes, people, please remember what? Our young five. Who is that? They said them did nothing to what? Jenny, thank you for the follow. Yes, of course the kids are suffering, and that's why in full of sweet talk, not true. Let's continue. That's why Damian Crawford is taking them to court. That's why. That's why he took them to court. You understand? For their obligation to the children.
A part of our platform. More to that, however, is the fact that in seeking to have all of these previous considerations included, we went about putting in place a constitutional reform commission that would bring all the considerations for constitutional reform under an expert review. That expert review was thwarted by the opposition. So yes, these considerations were considered from 2016, but the reality of our constitutional arrangement made us take a different route, which is to go to a comprehensive constitutional reform, which was frustrating.
You again?
Yeah.
Every night this week.
Reports.
The girl who sits over there, sir.
By the opposition.
Over to Mr. Golding to respond.
Just before I respond, just to point out that Mr. Holness's data is not current. The Fiscal Commissioner issued a release, I think it was today actually, indicating that with the National System of Accounts being updated, GDP has been adjusted, and we're now at 62% of GDP. That's what the debt is at the end of March this year, and we will more than likely achieve 60% this fiscal year.
Jamaica, Andrew Holness was embarrassed at this moment because he did not know that the fiscal papers that came out said what Mark Golding said. He said it was at 65, but it was at 62. So he was misinforming the people because he was ill-informed. He did not know how embarrassing you come to the debate and you don't have your facts correct on national television. Man, you boy, I try to tell you, boy. Hey, Mark Golding totally destroyed Andrew Holness in this debate. I kid you not. Absolutely destroyed him, bro. So, did you check the petition online? I checked earlier and I'm seeing 0, only the amount of days left. Hey, you know, I don't know what's going on with that petition, you know, Mama Andrea. Sometimes it does that. I don't know why it does. It has happened to me. When you go check it, there's 0, but then it's not at 0. It's actually at a lot of people that signed it, you know. So hey, it is what it is. Let's continue. Let me play that back again, where Mark Golding said about the debt to GDP ratio. Very important.
Said that from 2016, but the reality of our constitutional arrangement made us take a different route, which is to go to a comprehensive constitutional reform, which was frustrated by the opposition.
Over to Mr. Golding to respond.
Just before I respond, just to point out that Mr. Holness's data is not current. The Fiscal Commissioner issued a release, I think it was today actually, indicating that with the National System of Accounts being updated, GDP has been adjusted, and we're now at 62% of GDP. That's what the debt is at the end of March this year, and we will more than likely achieve 60% this fiscal year. No, please, you're not entitled to do that. The flip-flopping from...
So Andrew Holness interrupted Mark Golding right here. This was the end of the debate, you know. He went out of character, lost his discipline. This is where you know who won the debate. Right here. When Mark Golding is talking, he spoke. That is the person that the labor rights are championing. A leader that has no discipline. One that doesn't have discipline enough to understand that when somebody else is talking, you be quiet. Just like how you want others to be quiet as well. This was where he lost the debate. 100% lost the debate. And you hear what Mark Golding said, no. You're not permitted to do that. It's not your time to speak. You're out of order. How dare you?
From the Prime Minister, I think it was today actually, indicating that with the National System of Accounts being updated, GDP has been adjusted, and we're now at 62% of GDP. That's what the debt is at the end of March this year, and we will more than likely achieve 60% this fiscal year. No, please, you're not entitled to do that. The flip-flopping from the Prime Minister is manifest. They were supposed to have impeachment. There's no impeachment. Fixed election.
And he actually interrupted him again. Andrew Holness has no discipline. Andrew Holness is baga. He's baga. Guys, we reach 1 hour now. Over there now, 23,000. May I go now 30 minutes to reach 50k likes here. All right, let's go. 30k likes. So now that's the time I'm gonna have. Let's go. 30k likes. Let's go. Play it again.
Was today actually, indicating that with the National System of Accounts being updated, GDP has been adjusted, and we're now at 62% of GDP. That's what the debt is at the end of March this year, and we will more than likely achieve 60% this fiscal year. No, please, you're not entitled to do that. The flip-flopping from the Prime Minister is manifest. They were supposed to have impeachment. There's no impeachment. Fixed election day, no fixed election day. Ring fencing the NHT, they have taken over $130 billion out of the NHT. Cannot be trusted.
Cannot be trusted.
Just reminding.
Oh my God, man, I'm so proud of Mark Golding, bro. Y'all just don't understand. The discipline, the way he drops the facts on him, cannot be trusted. He's a flip-flopper. He is a flip-flopper, Jamaica. He ain't never lie. Mark Golding ain't never lie. He ain't never lie. He telling the truth. He telling the truth.
That there's a format to the debate and asking the debaters to respect the format to which they have agreed. It's now time to go to the next question.
And the moderator of the debate had to discipline Andrew Holness verbally. Oh my God, embarrassing. He needs some milk.
Social media, Amoy Harriet, over to you.
This question comes from Janai. Parliament has passed a constitutional amendment bill and a referendum bill to transition Jamaica into a republic. Could you clarify the economic and administrative implications of this transition and how you intend to ensure that the process doesn't distract from Jamaica's economic priorities like debt reduction, investment diversification, and public services?
That That question goes to Mr. Golding first, and then to Dr. Holness.
In answer to the question, we can whistle and ride. So we have done very well as a nation in reducing our public debt. We ensured the fiscal rules were very strong with an algorithm, an equation in the fiscal schedule to the Financial Administration Auditor that determines the fiscal balance that must be hit by each year's budget, and that has ensured that successive governments have stayed on course to take it down to 60%. We can do constitutional reform, but it requires authentic consultation with the people, and there must be an effort to have bipartisan consensus on critical issues. And we have not been able to achieve that consensus yet on the critical issue of decolonization, in particular our final court, which is now the Privy Council, the King's Court, that makes orders in the name of the King, as opposed to the regional court, which has been established, the Caribbean Court of Justice, which Jamaica helped to design, helped to fund, and which has developed over the last 20 years a reputation for independence and excellence. There are aspects of the bills that are in Parliament now that we have big problems with. In particular, the fact that effectively it will allow the Prime Minister to appoint the President, because a simple majority of both houses will do it if we do not agree who that person is. I think that is wrong. I think that the President of the country must command the trust and confidence of both sides of the political aisle, and indeed the wider public.
Dr. Holness?
So Jamaica, you see, there's a pattern where Andrew Holness is concerned in terms of how he governs, right? Just like the NARA CEO, who does the NARA CEO answer to? Hey Jenny, big up yourself. Who does the NARA CEO listen to? Answer to? Only Andrew Holness. The NARA CEO, which is allegedly his cousin, has indemnity. He cannot go to prison operating as a CEO, and he's responsible for so much in terms of the most money ever allocated to Jamaica that we, the citizens, have to pay back with interest. Our children and our children's children. Trillions of dollars, ladies and gentlemen. So there's a pattern where Andrew Holness is concerned. He couldn't do it with the constitution, but he got it done with NARA. He's getting it done with NARA. Ah, boy, I tell you, let's continue.
The bills before Parliament do not give the Prime Minister the ability to appoint the President. We are the party that have advanced the greatest, the process of repatriating our sovereignty. I am a Jamaican through and through, and I want to see my country's sovereignty represented by a Jamaican. It puzzles me as to why the opposition...
This is hypocritical enough. What sovereignty? You're clearly being bullied by the eagle. What sovereignty? Andrew, we are not sovereign. We don't even have food security. What is he talking about? They just use words, ladies and gentlemen. They just use words. No real substance. No substance at all. Not even real. No substance at all behind it.
Trying to frustrate us. The opposition says we must always consult the people. Yet, they do not want to consult the people on a fundamental architecture of our society, our final core.
Let me show the 4 iPhone tips for seniors. The last one is the bet.
But that's an absolute lie. He's saying that the Mark Golding don't want to consult the people on the final court of appeal. No, that's a lie. You are the one in power. You are the one doing the constitutional reform. So consult the people then, Andrew. Did you consult the people, Andrew? No, you didn't. You didn't consult the people about the final court of appeal. When you decide, say, we're not going to do things in our phases and do it in our own way and hold on to the Privy Council. You didn't ask. I'm sure if you ask the majority of Jamaica, they will tell you to move away from the king. I think that is something that every single Jamaican can agree on. Whether they vote, well, not everyone, because I know the Labour, them just follow the leader. They don't think for themselves. The people that don't vote for anybody and don't have a favorite and believe that both parties are the same, you see when it comes on to the king and moving away from the king, I can guarantee that majority of them want us to move far away from the king. Most people that don't vote, are like revolutionary, Rasta and entire people, where black black power centered, they are the ones that don't vote, you know? Yes, they want to move away from the king. So he's lying, talking about the People's National Party don't have to consult. I'm not lying, man, tell Jamaica.
They do not want to consult the people on a fundamental architecture of our society. Final court.
Him just a lie.
They are inconsistent. They are hypocritical flip-floppers. They were the one.
You know why he went here? Because Mark Golding just exposed him as a flip-flopper. So this is his way of trying to get back by lying about flip-flopping. The People's National Party was very clear about their position where the final court is concerned. Are the worst, man. Them are the worst, Alicia.
Who nudged, encouraged, and agreed with the government that a process should be started for the repatriation of our sovereignty. Midway the process, they have turned around to say they have challenges with it. What is it that they do?
So hold on there. Because they agreed on a process, that means they should agree with the way how you're conducting the process. It's someone that come like in tech people. In basically, whether you're fully dunce, bro. Or it's a dunce, man. Man fully dunce, or I'm tech we for dunce. Because the PMP agreed upon a process of constitutional reform, that means they should agree with any way you conduct the process. That's rubbish. That's absolutely insane. One team.
Repatriation of our sovereignty. Midway the process, they have turned around to say they have challenges with it. What is it that they really want? Are you truly a Jamaican?
Brother, you see, no, you see that are you truly a Jamaican? This was the campaigning, you know. He was campaigning there now, using buzzwords now, not talking facts, you know. Zine. The PMP made it very pellucid, very clear, very cogent what their issues with how they were doing the constitutional reform. Now you're asking about are you Jamaican? I this is my try this and I this is my try this even.
John Jackson and the post to Mr. Bolo.
Oh my God, he's upset, ladies and gentlemen.
The PMP is promising a tax break for small businesses for the first 3 years of formally incorporating, as well as a raft of other targeted tax relief measures. How do you respond to criticisms that your tax plan reintroduces inefficiencies, tax avoidance, and corruption into the tax system that have been eliminated over the past 15 years?
First of all, I think the Prime Minister repeated innuendo or direct attack which has been leveled by his party on my nationality. And, you know, I just wanted to just make it absolutely clear
I am
indeed born here as a Jamaican. Here is my birth certificate, and it shows I was born at the University Hospital on July 19th, 1965, and it's right here. I hope your camera can pick it up. And I have a copy for you, Prime Minister, right here. And I wish you could provide me with a copy of your certification, but of course you can't do so. Now, on the question of tax, it is there's a third schedule to the GCT Act now, which has...
Yo, Mark Golding, I'm Mr. Cool and Deadly, man. Yo, cool and deadly. What me say? Mark Golding deal with the man. Yo, several times, Mark Golding whoop this man ass in a pause, no did he, you know, in the debate, you know. Just totally annihilate him, you know. Have him looking like a damn baboon on the stage, you know. Oh my God, Lord have mercy.
Number of a long list.
Let's play that back.
Jamaica.
Let's play that back.
Plan reintroduces inefficiencies, tax avoidance, and corruption into the tax system that have been eliminated over the past 15 years.
First of all, I think the Prime Minister repeated innuendo or direct attack which has been leveled by his party on my nationality. And, you know, I just wanted to just make it absolutely clear that I am indeed born here as a Jamaican. Here is my birth certificate, and it shows I was born at the University Hospital on July 19th, 1965, and it's right here. I hope your camera can pick it up. And I have a copy for you, Prime Minister, right here. And I wish you could provide me with a copy of your certification, but of course you can't do so. Now, on the question of tax, there's a third schedule to the GCT Act now, which has a long list of items which are not subject to GCT that are exempt. We feel that laptops and other devices are critical tools of trade, and it is wrong to tax them, and we are going to add them to that list. And similarly, sports equipment, which is vital for social cohesion. Sports is a critical part of keeping young people away from straying down the wrong path and so on. Why are we taxing those items? That cost of living is already high. So I don't agree. The system we have already caters for items which should not be taxed, and we're simply saying we want to adjust those items to include things that should be there but are not yet there.
Dr. Holness?
The Jamaica Labour Party is the only political organization to have reduced taxes. We reduced the GCT from 16.5% to 15%. And we have done so in a way that has not compromised our revenues or the sustainability of future programs.
The new technology of Downy and Dense multi-capsules for a 24/7 fresh scent.
Watch me. I'm sitting at the top
All, and I repeat, all the tax suggestions and promises of the opposition will compromise our fiscal arrangements and place us back in debt or result in increased taxes.
Do you know how massively hypocritical it is for Andrew Holness to talk about placing us back in debt when his party was the party that actually put us into what they call it? What was the terminology they used? Economic meltdown in the article. Economic meltdown. This country was on the verge of economic meltdown because of the Jamaica Labour Party. And Mama P was the one that fixed it. And hear this man say this. No shame.
All, and I repeat, all the tax suggestions and promises of the opposition will compromise our fiscal arrangements and place us back in debt or result in increased taxes. The best way to provide social services is to identify the persons who need it.
Thank you, Dr. Holness. Our next question is from Giovanni Dennis, and it goes to Dr. Holness.
The Rio Cobre is a major water source for the St. Catherine Plains and communities in and around the Spanish Town. Yet, since 2019, under your watch as Environment Minister, there have been close to a dozen chemical spills, causing fish kills and disrupting lives. You say you're a champion of the environment. Why hasn't there been tougher sanctions for the repeated breaches of environmental permits by the companies called them?
Jamaica, Andrew Holness says he's a champion of the environment. You mean the same Andrew Holness that is appealing the Bengal mining ruling by the courts? And according to the detail of the Bengal mining ruling, it would poison the water, poison the air, and unalive endangered animals. And he is saying that he's a champion of the environment. Oh my God. Yo, Andrew Holness just give me too much content. Like, I will be here for the entire night making videos. I could literally do 24 hours. I could do 24 hours of video just pointing out Andrew Holness' contradiction. This guy is unbelievable. Unbelievable. Mighty God. Wow, champion. Let's hear how he answers this. Champion.
St. Catherine Plains and communities in and around the Spanish Town. Yet, since 2019, under your watch as Environment Minister, there have been close to a dozen chemical spills, causing fish kills and disrupting lives. You say you're a champion of the environment. Why hasn't there been tougher sanctions for the repeated breaches of environmental permits by the companies called them?
The Jamaica Labour Party has put in very tough sanctions, including the requirement for the provision of bonds. We are the only government to have called these bonds and brought polluters to court. We have also started the process of studying the rear corridor to ensure that there is no discharge into the rear corridor. And this is something that I am personally very serious about, and we will put in legislation to end discharge into the rear corridor. It becomes even more important as we have now put in place the content rear corridor water project, for which we are.
Jamaica, has the government put in the legislation that he's talking about? This was last year. Have they made any attempts? Man, listen.
$15 million of water from the rear corridor bonds. We are the only government
Spills, causing fish kills and disrupting lives.
Yo.
You say you're a champion of the environment. Why hasn't there been tougher sanctions for the repeated breaches of environmental permits by the company's company?
The Jamaica Labour Party has put in very tough sanctions, including the requirement for the provision of bonds.
I wish he would have named the sanctions that he's talking about. He just says they put in tougher sanctions. But where is the sanctions? Where's the tougher sanctions he's talking about? Where is it? She says, anyone studying history in Jamaica and listens to Andrew Holness must fail their exam. Students don't listen to your PM. So go online and get the truth. Mighty God, what a disgrace.
Only government to have called these bonds and brought polluters to court. We have also started the process of studying the rear corridor to ensure that there is no discharge into the rear corridor. And this is something that I am personally very serious about, and we will put in legislation to end discharge into the rear corridor. It becomes even more important as we have now put in place the content rear corridor water project, for which we are pulling 15 million gallons of water from the rear corridor per day. So we must protect that asset, and I give the public my sincere commitment that we will protect the rear corridor.
Mr. Golding?
Quickly, just to say that the JLP is not the only party to have reduced taxes. The PNP reduced the personal income tax rate from 33.3% to 25%. We reduced the GCT rate from 17.5% to 16%. There have been reductions of taxes on both sides. They plan to reduce, they say, income tax from 25 to 15, which is going to help the rich and the ministers who pay themselves 200+% pay increases. On the environmental issue, you are the one who overturned NEPA's decision not to grant a permit for the mining of the Dry Harbor Mountains, which is a very sensitive nature reserve. You're flip-flopping again, Andrew.
Find it, book it, make it.
Jamaica, I didn't realize it's the same Dry Harbor Mountain I'm talking about, you know. It's two-timing. Listen, Andrew Holness is challenging the Dry Harbor Mountain situation twice. Yo, the man at the big, yo, Jamaica, listen to me. Andrew Holness is the biggest flip-flopper the world has ever seen as a leader. Wanna share up the live for me? What would they know? 27,000 likes? Alright, my side not like me, man. People on TikTok not like me. Wanna just listen but wanna not support. Wanna not like me. Wanna not like me at all. Most of you that is watching me don't like me. Because wanna hate the truth. That's how I get to understand. Because if you guys truly like and respected the platform, I mean, how much time has gone already? Let me look on the stopwatch. We're gone 1 hour and 30+ minutes. And we still haven't reached. How are you doing, Claudette? We still haven't reached 30,000, not even 40,000. 40,000 likes. Come on, people. Double tap the screen. Come on, man. Come on. Double tap the screen. Give me some taps. Taps and roses, man. Stop it, man. This is bad, man. I'm not telling no lie. This I get out of hand. Me need to get some loyal people over here, so, man. This not work. Me need more loyal people on the app. Me need more loyal people on the app. You can't believe this. Yo, if 100 and 16 of you guys tap the screen at the same time for 10 minutes, you know. That's a lot of taps, you know. All 5 minutes, 2 minutes, tap and then go again. A whole heap of taps that in Jamaica. Work together, man. Work together. See it all that freeze up. My phone all that freeze up. Work together, my side. Work together. Let's work together. Let's work together. And it still don't move yet. Just move a while ago. Too much people watching for have it that low. Yo, come on, man. No double tap the screen, my side. Come on, man. Double tap the screen. James Smith, how you doing? Antonio, big up. You understand? Yo, man, double tap the screen, man. Let's go, man. Let's go, man. Come on, come on, come on. Make we your market G again. Because that was an ether right there.
Mr. Golding?
Quickly, just to say that the JLP is not the only party to have reduced taxes. The PNP reduced the personal income tax rate from 33.3% to 25%. We reduced the GCT rate from 7%.
So Andrew Holness lied again about his party being the only party that reduced taxes. Lied. Blatantly lied. How much lie him tell from the start? How much lie Andrew told in this debate from the start? Jesus. What a man lie. Man, no for lie, so brother. Ives, Scarlett, what you doing? Man, no for lie, so bro.
0.5% to 16%. There's been reductions of taxes on both sides. They plan to reduce, they say, income tax from 25 to 15, which is going to help the rich and the ministers who pay themselves 200+% pay increases. On the environmental issue,
that part, the income tax proposal that Andrew Holness put out, it will help the rich. That's a fact. More than the poor. So, you know, JLP is for the rich. It's just the truth. They really don't care about poor people. They look down on them. Just look at how they have responded to Hurricane Melissa victims. And for the laborists them that are out there, that are suffering, you know I'm telling the truth. You guys know I'm telling the truth. You know. You guys know. You're feeling it. You're feeling it. You're feeling it.
You are the one who overturned NEPA's decision not to grant a permit for the mining of the Dry Harbor Mountains, which is a very sensitive nature reserve. You're flip-flopping again, Andrew.
Our next question from social media, over to Amoy Harriet.
Well, Archie, Delano says many Jamaicans would like to see the full rollout of body-worn cameras on our police officers, even more so now, given the increase in fatal police shootings. Will this be something that you'll prioritize should you be elected?
Mr. Golding will respond first.
First of all, I think it's very important to acknowledge and commend the excellent work done by the police force over the last year and a half in bringing the rate of violent crime, in particular murders in the country, down from the intolerable levels where it had been under this government. More murders committed in Andrew Holness's 2 years in office than any other 2-year term in the history of Jamaica. The police have finally abandoned the failed policies that we did our best to stop, the mass use of states of emergency, which the court has ruled as unconstitutional.
Bingo, mass use of state of emergency. Andrew Holness was taken to court for that and it was ruled unconstitutional. And yes, Andrew Holness government has more people have died under their tenure in 2 terms than any other government. No lies told. Go look it up. Don't ask me if you go look it up for you. You have a phone, you have a smartphone. Look it up. Yes, ask the question and they will tell you the truth.
And have gone now to a much more targeted approach, a much more strategically sound approach. Having said that, we do feel that it's very important that the public as a whole must have trust and confidence in the police, because the police rely on intelligence and information from the public. And therefore, if the public feel that there's excessive use of force and there's no accountability for it, they're not going to be as cooperative as we need them to be. I think, therefore, it's in the interests of the Jamaican society and the police themselves to have the benefit of body-worn cameras, especially when they go on special operations. So there can be no question, nobody can accuse them wrongly of having used excessive force when the force was legitimate as used. And to the extent that there may occasionally be an excessive use of force, the persons are held accountable for that in accordance with the law. That's what the rule of law requires.
Dr. Holness?
What a perfect answer. Salute the police that do a good job understanding what the people are saying and what they're feeling. And here's the solution. Where the body worn cameras, we will know that you're just doing your job, and it will increase back the confidence of the people within the police. The fact that the government is fighting this tells you everything you need to know. Let's continue.
The government is already in the process of procuring and acquiring body-worn cameras. Several thousands of them are under procurement and will be deployed shortly.
Several thousands of them. Oh man, I gotta click this up. Lord of mercy. This dude right here, man. Several thousands of them, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. Wow. That no good for your computer, you know. My phone. Guys, did you see the 7.8 earthquake clippings? Did you guys see the 7.8 earthquake clicking? I don't remember which side of Asia it was. Did you guys see that? Man, those children were terrified, bro. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, a question was asked about body-worn cameras in the debate. Philippines, thank you so much, Alicia. A question was asked in the debate of last year. I want you to listen carefully to Andrew Holness's answer about body-worn cameras and what his government would do in last year of the debate. I think it was 9 months ago, yeah.
And to the extent that there may occasionally be an excessive use of force, the persons are held accountable for that in accordance with the law. That's what the rule of law requires.
Exactly.
Dr. Holness?
The government is already in the process of procuring and acquiring body-worn cameras. Several thousands of them are under procurement and will be deployed shortly to the police force. We consider this as absolutely important in giving confidence to the public regarding the actions of the police force. And the police themselves want to have these cameras as protection for themselves. Interestingly, however, the leader of the opposition states that the state of public emergency did not work.
No, I don't want to go into that. Did you hear what Andrew Holness just said a while ago, ladies and gentlemen? The police are ready. They want the body-worn cameras. I am so happy I went over this video. Mighty God of Daniel, Jamaica. What has been Horace Chang saying? That the body-worn cameras and put the police them life in a danger. Last year, the man said this before the election, and now them is a bunch of hypocrite and flip-flopper. Yo, you can't make this up, yo. No, no, no. I'm so happy I went over this. This is unbelievable. I have to play it again. I have to play it again. No.
And
they can accuse them wrongly of having used excessive force when the force was legitimate as used. And to the extent that there may occasionally be an excessive use of force, the persons are held accountable for that in accordance with the law. That's what the rule of law requires.
Listen again.
Dr. Holness?
The government is already in the process of procuring and acquiring body-worn cameras. Several thousands of them are under procurement and will be deployed shortly to the police force. We consider this as absolutely important in giving confidence to the public regarding the actions of the police force. And the police themselves want to have these cameras as protection for themselves.
A few moments later, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. That was 2025, just before the election, saying all the right things. Man, you can't make this up, bro. Yo, this dude, man, this dude right here, boy, man. Man, this dude right here, boy.
Interestingly, however, the leader of the opposition states that the state of public emergency did not work. Now, murders under the PNP increased to over 1,000 murders in 1997 and remained there for over 30 years. It is the Jamaica Labour Party in 3 consecutive years that have reduced murders by 55%. The states of...
Ladies and gentlemen, you see what Andrew Holness just did? Thank you so much, Alicia. You see what he just did? He omitted the fact that for the years before the years he's talking about, the murder rate was doing this. Skyrocketing. That's what he failed to mention. He's the expert of lying by omission. The man is a disgrace, you know. Yo, let me show you what I'm talking about. Man, this dude is ridiculous, man. Give me the murder rate between 2016 to 2025 in Jamaica. No. Give me the exact figures of persons that were unalived in Jamaica between 2016 and 2025. All right. So 2016, ladies and gentlemen, see there? Can you guys see that? You guys can go look it up. 2016, 1,350. 2017, 1,643. Oh, Google Gaga was the same one that Anthony Anderson. Yeah, he was the one that was the commissioner at the time. Yeah, man. Go look up when he was the commissioner and look at these numbers. 2018, 1,287 persons. 2019, 1,334 persons. These are not the amount of people that the police unalive, you know. These are criminal activities, right? 2020, 1,301. 2021, 1,463. 2022, 1,498. 2023, 1,393. 2024, 1,180. 2025, provision milestone 673. Jamaica, they brought down the murder rate because they are the ones that brought it up. They are the ones that brought it up. These numbers are staggering. Andrew Holness, more persons have died under his watch as the Prime Minister. You remember when Dras Davis the top was say PJ was the most murderous Prime Minister? Andrew Holness, by his logic, is the most murderous Prime Minister. More persons have died under Andrew Holness' watch than PJ entire time in our 10-year period. Hands down, wholly more people, over 1,000 more people has died. I'm not asking you, I'm telling you. I remember when Colin Bell brought up the numbers and I looked it up and I said, oh my God, let me look it up right now. Let me screenshot this. Man, just lie, brother. Give me the amount of persons that died every year under PJ Patterson's tenure as Prime Minister. All right, so, okay, wonderful. So here we go. I want you to listen to these numbers now. Origins graphic. Yeah, man, him need to charge with crimes against humanity. Me agree with that, brother. I'm totally in agreement with you. Thank you so much, Alicia, for the love. Thank you, sweetie. Appreciate you. Flavor T, good night. How are you? Hi, Flavor T. All right, so here is PJ Patterson one. All right, PJ Patterson, right? All right, so in 1992, 629 persons died. All right, hey, how you doing? You all right? Let me just tell you these numbers. When you compare, make sure you guys are following me, you know. Follow me on TikTok, and also the link to my YouTube page is in the bio. So you can subscribe to my YouTube page. I'm live on YouTube right now. All right, so 1992, 629 persons died, was unalived, you know, homicides, right? 1993, 680, right? 1994, 690. This is where it starts to uptick now. 1995, 880. 1996, 920. 1997, 1050. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Alicia. You drop a, you're awesome. Oh, thank you. Excuse me. 1998. So 1997 was the first time. 1050. 1998, 1070. They brought back down crime in 1990. 1999, 950. Brought it back down some more. 2000, 880. It went back up to 1130. Then 2002, in 2001, 1130. In 2002, they brought it down to 1045. In 2003, they brought it down again to 970. In 2004, it skyrocketed to 1470. In 2005, ladies and gentlemen, in 2005, it skyrocketed to 200 more. Thank you so much, Alicia. It skyrocketed to 200 more at 1,670. That was the highest. 1,670 was the highest amount of persons that lost their lives under PJ Patterson. He retired in 2006, and only 300 persons had died at that point. The total amount is estimated at 14,000 persons that lost their lives over an 18-year period. Let's just let that sink in. Over an 18-year period. Andrew Holness has been in power for 10 years. So let's compare his first 10 years in power, or even his last 10 years in power, and compare it to Andrew Holness. Let me go for my calculator, and you can go for yours as well. Let's do the math, ladies and gentlemen. 690 plus 680 plus 690. No, 629. So 690 plus 680 plus 629 plus 629 plus 880 plus 920 plus 1050, and this is PJ Patterson numbers. This is the man that Charles Davis says the most murderous prime minister. 1070, right? In 1999 it was at 950, so add 950 to that. 950, and then 2000 it went up to 1130, so add 1130 to that, and then add 1045 to that in 2002, 1045, then add 970 to that, so then they bring it down 970, then add 1470 to that, 1470 added to that, plus 1600 and 1670 plus plus the last part between January and March of 2006 when he retired, 300. See? 300 plus 300. So that is 13,454 persons. Want to write that down. That a PJ Patterson. 13,454 persons died homicide-wise under his watch. Excuse me. Over his 18-year period from 1992 to 2006. Do the maths. 1992 to 2006. So 93, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 2000. So that already give you all that 9 years. Same, right? 9 years. Right? So 2000. And then you add 2001, that are 10 years. 2002, 2003, 2004, 2005, 2006, 2007. So he was in power for 17 years. He was in power for 17 years. All right? And that's what happened under his tenure. Mark Peter, what are you doing? Let's go to Andrew now. Let's go to Andrew. Let's go to Andrew. Oh, sorry. Oh my God. Here's Andrew now. Right? First year, and this is between 2016 to 2000. Let me screenshot this. Sorry guys, Lord of mercy. Anytime the something coming on. Oh gosh. Anytime rain start falling and my sinus start accompanying. Anyway, the first year, 1,350 people died on the Andrew watch. Second year, 1,643. The third year, 1,287. The fourth year, which is 2019, 1,334. The fifth year, 2020, is 1,301. 2021, oh Lord, wait a minute. Let me look at that. 1 second, I'm not going to recalculate again, ladies and gentlemen. I did something wrong. Clear that. 1,350. I want to make sure so we get Andrew and correct, you know. I don't want to give nothing over. I don't want to give nothing less. 1,350, 1,643. Plus 1,287. 1,287. 87. The devil is a liar. 87. 1,334 added to that. Plus 1,301. 1,301. Plus 1,463. 1,463. Plus 1,498. 1,498. Plus 1,393. 1,393 plus, and we passed 11,000 already here. Yeah, man. 1,393 plus 1,180 plus 673. Ladies and gentlemen, Andrew Holness is at a whopping 13,122 persons in a 10-year period. You heard what I said? All right, let me screenshot that. Let's go back to how much persons died under a 17-year span for PJ Patterson that Dras Davis said is the most murderous prime minister. Alright? Yeah man, let's look at that. So PJ over a 17-year period, 13,454. Andrew over a 10-year period, 13,122. If you should look at PJ's, if you should look at PJ's, how do I go to the history of Google in terms of the search? How much persons died under PJ Patterson's tenure? How much persons were unalive through homicide under PJ Patterson's tenure as Prime Minister of Jamaica? Let me go back to this. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, here we go. Alright, so them say 14,136, but that's not what the figure. Give me the year by year of 1992 to 2006 of the murder rate in Jamaica. We just look it up all again now. What am I doing? Oh, that I murder rate. Homicide. Homicide. What you say? You see how about this never come from? What you say? You mash them up? Mighty God. Homicide numbers in Jamaica. Yes, this should do it. Ah, there we go. There we go. Oh, them people are so lying, man. And they lie about data unavailable. I'm not too lie, man. I'm not very tappy. We just have a data. Did I screenshot it? Hold on. I think I did. I hope I did. Did I screenshot it? Oh crap. The screenshot Andrew and a screenshot for you. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, if you should do an addition of PJ Patterson's any 10-year period from beginning from 1992 to 2002, and you should add the amount of person that was killed in Jamaica, or if you wanted to go back to from 2006 back to 1996, there's no comparison. Andrew Holness would be the most murderous prime minister. He's catching up to PJ Patterson's numbers, and he's only been in power for 10 years. And if we should look at the amount of person that the police unalived and add that to it on both ends, that's going to be another conversation, because Andrew Holness' government has a record high of persons being unalived by the police. And if God does not intervene, I am telling you, by the end of this year, you're going to see more than you're going to see one person being unalived that day by the police. I'm just telling you, that's just a fact. That's the trajectory and where it's going. I'm watching it very carefully. It's a damn shame, ladies and gentlemen. Let's continue.
Political party in 3 consecutive years states that the states of public emergency did not work. Now, murders under the PNP increased to over 1,000 murders in 1997 and remained there for over 30 years.
No, that's a lie. That's a lie. That's also a lie. That's another lie he told. I just looked at the numbers for PJ. That's a lie. That's a lie. PJ numbers was up and down. It was fluctuating. Some of the years them it dipped under. One at a time it was 880. As a matter of fact, you know what? The good thing about the history of the calculator, you can tell me to. Hold up, history of the calculator. Okay, wonderful. Let me see here. The history of the calculator. Where is it? Come on. Don't tell me say you're gone left me now. 13,000. I think this is the one. What is it? Oh man, let me see. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. It's supposed to tell me memory. Memory. I want to see the addition, the full addition. It's supposed to tell me, you know. Oh my God, I forgot how to do it. Oh, I forgot how to do it. Okay, God. Totally forgot how to do it. But yeah. Let me see the screenshot that I took. What was the final figure for PJ? It was over 13,000, I'm sure of that. But 13,454. That was it. Andrew is 13,122. Zane? Alright. So it's not even close, ladies and gentlemen. There was years when PJ, it dipped, it went down and then it came back up. And it went down again and then it came back up. So it wasn't a consistent number. Pastor Peter Chambers, good morning. How you doing? Blessings, Apostle. Big up, big up, big up. You're active. So when you hear George Davis say that PJ Patterson was the most murderous prime minister, it's a lie. It's a total lie. The numbers don't say that. The numbers don't say that at all. Alright. I think this one. Oh, I found it. Thank God. See it here? Let me screenshot this. So this is PJ Patterson, right? 1992, 673. 1993, 687. 1994, 685. Right? Hold on. No. Something wrong here somewhere. No, what is then the wrong thing this. Can I like, oh, thank you. Let me just adjust that. Let me adjust that, ladies and gentlemen. I want to make sure. Yes. This should be the accurate one. No? Because I remember it out of my head, some of them. Some of the numbers, them I remember out of my head. Annual murder figures during PJ Patterson's full calendar years in office reflected an upward trend in violent crime. We see global. You know who has these numbers? Mr. Let me name again. Mr. Wayne knows some. Mr. Wayne knows some of these numbers. Oh, there's an actual picture with it. The murder rate under PJ Patterson. Hold on them, man. See that? Then put it out. Then have a picture. Let me screenshot this picture. Because that's something that they thought was a flaw under him, so they used it. Let's redo. Let me go and play this. Ralph, how you doing? Let me go and play the debate and then.
It is the Jamaica Labour Party in 3 consecutive years that have reduced murders by 50%. 5%. The states of public emergency worked.
Jamaica.
The states of public emergency were supported by the PNP when Peter Phillips was the leader of the opposition, and it reduced murders by 27%. Since we did not have the cooperation of the opposition, murders went up. A question must be asked. Who is responsible for the increase in murders when there was a tool?
That's a lie. That's a lie. You cannot violate people's constitutional rights to do your job. This man has been doing this for a very long time. You know, he's the type of leader that wants to do his job by cutting corners. He's the police that believes that, listen, they're criminals, so we should just, you know what I mean? You know, they're criminals, they're not human beings. So he wants to play God. This is what he does.
Could have saved lives. It is a serious question.
Now, Giovanni Dennis has indicated that he would like to ask one of his two follow-up questions. I believe that question will go to
Mr. Golding.
Mr. Golding.
Mr. Golding, I want to go back to the matter of your dual citizenship. It took days for you to confirm that you held dual citizenship and weeks for you to renounce it. Why didn't you acknowledge the issue upfront, and why should Jamaicans believe you will be forthcoming with them on any issue, even if it's uncomfortable in the first instance?
I didn't hesitate to acknowledge dual citizenship. I was born in Jamaica. I had a British father, and I inherited British citizenship by descent from him. And that's lawful under the laws of Jamaica, and indeed parliamentarians in Jamaica are permitted to be dual nationals. I therefore didn't consider it to be something which was problematic. However, when it was raised last year and politicized, I decided I want to know what the Jamaican people felt about it, because I thought really my response ought to be driven by them. We did an internal poll. It showed that the majority thought that I should renounce, and so I did. And I renounced my British citizenship in August last year.
Dr. Holness, rebuttal.
You know, this is a strange one. A man who wants to represent his country must choose his country. He doesn't need to ask anyone. He should choose. And that's why we say we choose Jamaica. It is indeed of concern that it was not until your 40s, when you were becoming a minister of government, that you sought to have a Jamaican passport. It is not your birth that makes you Jamaican. It is the choices you make for your country, including supporting a process that would make a Jamaican head of state here, including getting a Jamaican passport.
Jamaica, where do I begin? I have so much to say. First, I want to say, do you know that Andrew Holness is a Privy Council member? He swore allegiance to the king. Nobody forced him to do that. And this gigantic hypocrite is talking about Mark Golding having dual citizenship, because that's what England does. You automatically get a dual citizenship as long as your parents is from England. That's how England is. But Matthew Samuda, you know, at the time when they were doing this, you know, born in England, you know, I don't know if he denounced his dual citizenship. I don't know. We don't know. We don't know. And he's an MP. That's why I said, where do I begin? The man swore an allegiance, ladies and gentlemen, to the king. The same king that we want to move away from where constitutional reform is concerned. Let that sink in for a minute. And then he comes on this thing and embarrasses himself and let us know. Well, not because you're born in Jamaica makes you Jamaican. It's who you choose. Choose Jamaica. On the field, labor rights. On the field. You guys were so tricked and bamboozled in this racist attack on Mark Jefferson Golding. And you guys did not look at the character of the individual that you was voting for. Some of you are still racist right now. And Mark Golding said it perfectly. Under the law, there was no issue. The JLP made it an issue and you guys ran with it. And some of you PMP pressured Mark Golding, and I am disgusted at you guys. I'll tell you right now, I am disgusted. Mark Golding loves his father, and you guys put his back against the wall and, you know, really pressured him and let him know that, yo, you need to denounce it for true. And because of you, he did that. And you guys, you same people that did that, took money, didn't vote for Mark Golding when he showed a commitment to you. You are going to suffer for it if you don't repent still, you know. I can't tell you that. Yeah, you guys took money. You took the blood money and you voted against Mark. Some of you took the blood money and didn't even vote. And you messed up people like, what's the young lady's name? Down by Floyd Green constituency. What's her name again? The fire mother, the little short lady there, so the teacher. You guys had ink on your fingers the night before the election day. All of you pressured Mark Golding to the. I said it, Andrea. I said, Mark Golding, please don't denounce your citizenship. What they're talking about is foolishness, because under the law, you are permitted to be a citizen or have dual citizenship. The man's father was born there. The man's father was a servant of the people. If you hear Mark Golding talk about his father and his mother, you know how close the man is to his father. And you guys took that away from him. That connection, you took it away from him. You all are evil. You are evil. You're evil as the Prime Minister and his pundits that did that. You don't know yourself, you know. So no, have a good looking at yourself and repent. You don't know yourself. Someone now watch me right now. Someone on the PMP watch me right now. That did that to the man. You guys were all over social media, going in off in the comment section, calling programs, calling programs, and letting your voices be heard. Someone who have TikTok video and all type of something, I pressure the man. If you got denounce citizenship, and you guys did not vote for him. Some of you right now quietly still don't support Mark Golding because of his color of his skin. You are racist. You all are racist. You're no better than the white man that looked down on the black man. I'm telling you that right now. You are all disgusted. I was there once. I was misguided. But I seen the error in my ways. It's about the character of a man's skin. It's about the character of a man, not his skin color. There were many white people that helped us to be free, right? And have us have a way to get out of slavery. Many white people. It was automatic. There had to be somebody, some people on the other side that saw our plight and had some humanity to say no, that this is wrong. And you guys looked at Mark Golding's skin. I'm talking the ones, whoever that stone a liquor on me attack. The PMP them will do that. If you don't feel that way, I don't care. I really don't care. I will say this without fear or favor. You guys are racist. That went against Mark Golding dual citizenship. You are racist. There was nothing in law. Remember, we're connected to the king. Remember, it's the king that runs Jamaica. So why will you guys buy an argument that you're serving two masters? Because you have dual citizenship or you have a British passport. Why would you fall for that banana in the tailpipe? It was such a basic trick, a 3-card trick that they played on you, and you guys fell for it hook and sinker and pressured Mark Golding. Mark Golding, because of his character again, said, whatever the people want, I will do for them. As much as it hurts me because of my love for my father. Right? As much as it hurt him, he denounced it on your behalf. And some of you still did not take the time to go and vote for that man. And now you will suffer. You have been suffering and you will suffer more. Because you chose Jamaica. And you didn't choose Jamaicans. There's a fundamental difference. Because the tourist minister chooses Jamaica. You understand? Not Jamaicans. Not the Jamaicans that work in the tourism sector. You know. He chooses Jamaica. There's a fundamental difference. You see how wealthy they are? And they rub shoulders with all the wealthy people. How much people can say that they work in the tourism industry? And because of it, I mean, they're doing pretty well in life. Staying here in Jamaica and, you know, having children, having, you know, all of it. Living their dream, working. Tourism industry is a slave plantation. Period. Enough of the people that are working at the tourism industry, if them not thief and sell drugs, they ain't making no money. Ask them privately and they will tell you. Thief and sell drugs. You remember good? Act as liaison to sell drugs, whether it be anything at all. Whatever the customer want. Ask them and they will tell you in private. Right? I saw them make money so them can buy a car and all of these things. Enough of them. They're not making any money because the government is not looking out for them. See, Jamaics them. Jamaics have fight for people them. Big up Jamaics. You understand? And there's others too. Dana Whittaker, good morning. How you doing? It's a shame, man. I was so disgusted when the PMP people them do that to Mark Golding. I really was disgusted. Everybody that supported Mark Golding denouncing his citizenship. You disgust me. You disgust me. No, we know that the election was thwarted. We know that. But even so, they should not have done that to the man. But because he's the humble leader that he is, and he's truly a servant of the people, that's why he did it. And that's why it burns me when I hear people question the man. And I'm looking at him like, yo, do you know what this man has sacrificed to work on behalf of the people? No, I've learned now that the man lose $30 million in a 2024. Every year certified with the statutory declaration. And we don't have one uncertified creature in a Holness in a parliament. I want to talk about 1 p.m. Eh? And someone not talk about you better one black man lead than one white man. Or someone on the flagger. One a racist too. But to no neutral and them something. And it disgusts me. Let's continue. Hey Nick, how you doing, baby?
Says, given the current negotiations surrounding the U.S. Keep Call Centers in America Act and its potential to...
It is the choices you make for your field of concern that it was not until your 40s when you were becoming a minister of government that you sought to have a Jamaican passport. It is not your birth that makes you Jamaican.
Yeah.
It is the choices you make for your country.
Absolute
including
nonsense.
Supporting a process that would make a Jamaican head of state here.
It burn him, you know. It burn him, say Mark Golding. See the danger in the constitutional reform and never made him Emperor of Jamaica. It burn him in Jamaica. It burn him, say Mark Golding block his ambitions of becoming the Emperor of Jamaica. It burn him. It burn him. That's why I'm going to chat foolishness in the debate.
Including getting a Jamaican passport.
Our next question is from social media. Over to Amoy, and that question will go to Mr. Golding.
On TikTok, Taj says, given the current negotiations surrounding the U.S. Keep Call Centers in America Act and its potential to impact over 50,000 Jamaican BPO workers, how does your administration plan to safeguard both employment and livelihoods for young Jamaicans if outsourcing opportunities decline?
That's a good question. And the truth is that the evolution of technology especially the advent of artificial
AI,
intelligence, is
yes.
also a threat to the type of services that are provided through outsourcing. So we are going to have to ensure that we try and upskill our existing workforce so that they can be trained to do the type of tasks that technology isn't going to be as adept at dealing with as human beings. And we also have to provide other avenues for employment for young people. That's why we're going to establish the Youth Innovation Fund, which will provide grants and loans to young people to get them into business if they want to get into business. And it will enable them to pursue their talents in tech or in creative industries or any other area of endeavor so that they can express themselves, help to monetize their talent and build brand Jamaica. And so those are the types of things that need to be done. We also want to emphasize training and the role of the private sector in training. We'll be giving an incentive, a dollar for dollar matching of all businesses who invest in upskilling and training. We will match their investment through the HEART program to encourage them to invest further in training and upskilling the workforce so they can employ more people in higher paying jobs. Right now, too many of our people are struggling in low income jobs, low wage jobs, low tech jobs.
The same question goes to Dr. Holness.
Well, let me give you some.
Jamaica. I think I have to start putting out back these answers and questions from Mark Bolo. Because right now, AI, these companies, these same companies with call centers and stuff, if you listen to, I think it was Peter Bunting's speech, a lot of them are moving to AI. So there are going to be less jobs for so many people in Kingston and these places and St. Andrew. A lot of people work in these call centers. Where are they going to get? What is the plan of the Jamaica Labour Party? You heard the plan of Mark Bolo. Incentivizing companies to upskill their workers so they can get more pay, so they can hire more people. Also, train those individuals to do jobs in areas where the AI, they won't be competing with AI. Come on, Jamaica. Come on. Come on. It's simple, but it's effective logic, you know, and something that is doable. Steffi, how are you doing? It's something that is doable, you know. Him just say a while ago, you know. Why hasn't the Jamaica Labour Party done it? Meanwhile, Damian Crawford is taking them to court for not being true to their constitutional obligations to children with at the base level of education, basic school and so forth. Man, listen, what?
Practical and real answers instead of airy-fairy stuff.
So, Mr. Golding just gave a real answer. And you see what he did? You see what he did? And I'm going to play back what Mr. Golding said. I'm going to play the question. Just because he said that, I'm going to play it again. Just because he said that.
Here, including getting a Jamaican passport.
Our next question is from social media. Over to Amoy, and that question will go to Mr. Golding.
On TikTok, Taj says, given the current negotiations surrounding the U.S. Keep Call Centers in America Act and its potential to impact over 50,000 Jamaican BPO workers, how does your administration plan to safeguard both employment and livelihoods for young Jamaicans if outsourcing opportunities decline?
That's a good question. And the truth is that the evolution of technology, especially the advent of artificial intelligence, is also a threat to the type of services that are provided through outsourcing. So we are going to have to ensure that we try and upskill our existing workforce so that they can be trained to do the type of tasks that technology isn't going to be as adept at dealing with as humans.
What is fairy tale about that? What is fairy tale about what the man just said a while ago? Upskilling the workers. Candy, how you doing? Why Candy a late, bad, but me love the same way. Love the same way, Candy. One side time a day. I saw you go.
Beings especially the advent of artificial intelligence.
Your administration plan to safeguard both employment and livelihoods for young Jamaicans if outsourcing opportunities decline?
That's a good question. And the truth is that the evolution of technology, especially the advent of artificial intelligence, is also a threat to the type of services that are provided through outsourcing. So we are going to have to ensure that we try and upskill our existing workforce so that they can be trained to do the type of tasks that technology isn't going to be as adept at dealing with as human beings. And we also have to provide other avenues for employment for young people. That's why we're going to establish the Youth Innovation Fund, which will provide grants and loans to young people.
What is a fairy tale? What's up, Rush? I say Rush. What is fairy tale about a fund to help youths build their business? What is fairy tale about that? Just listen to what Mark Golding is saying carefully, you know. If everything he just said isn't practical, let's continue.
Get them into business if they want to get into business. And it will enable them to pursue their talents in tech or in creative industries or any other area of endeavor so that they can express themselves, help to monetize their talent and build brand Jamaica. And so those are the types of things that need to be done. We also want to emphasize training and the role of the private sector in training. We'll be giving an incentive, a dollar for dollar matching of all businesses who invest in upskilling and training. We will match their investment through the HEART program to encourage them to invest further in training and upskilling the workforce so they can employ more people in higher paying jobs. Right now, too many of our people are struggling in low income jobs, low wage jobs, low tech jobs.
The same question goes to Dr.
So you heard Mark Jebsukole and listen to the dumbest response, the most childish response you can get from Andrew. Listen to this.
Well, let me give you some practical and real answers instead of airy-fairy stuff. Jamaica is already positioning itself for nearshoring and friendly shoring of the recalibration of the global supply chain. And that is why we have made a massive investment in the Caymana's development and in Raintree. These are real investments that will bring production to Jamaica and jobs to Jamaica. We have already started to ensure that over 120,000 Jamaican youths can access training.
Do you want to see your house or any other place through satellites outside the Earth? That means if there is a car, a tree, or an animal, you can see it.
Free of cost on the heart. And much of that training and jobs to Jamaica. We have already started to ensure that over 120,000 Jamaican youths can access training free of cost on the heart. And much of that training is in support of not just BPO, but logistics. But more than that, we saw the change in technology coming and the impact it will have. And that is why we have invested in a coding and technology academy, the Amber Heart Academy, where hundreds of Jamaican youth are trained in not just the basics, but as high up as data science. Because what we want to create in our society are the trained skills that can attract the jobs that we are already negotiating for. You have a government that understands the changing global dynamics.
Thank you, Dr.
Putting in
Holness.
place measures to take advantage of it.
We will now take a short break and we invite you to stay tuned.
The following, me already
Education is the best so that the state.
Let me just say this. I mean, I don't know how much more realistic his particular answer was. Mark Golding talked about a plan to actually incentivize the companies that are already here. He's talking about starting. Wagwan Mixmaster Overdose. He's talking about starting, creating other situations for more jobs. Well, if you fix what is already here in terms of the companies, incentivizing them that is already established, you would not be creating or reinventing the wheel. You'll be making the wheel that is there more efficient. Which one makes more sense? Just common sense. Which one make more sense, Jamaica? Which one make more sense? The companies that are already here, incentivize them. That means the government says, the BNP government says they're going to match dollar for dollar the money that they spend on training and upskilling the workers to pay them more money. So it's going to give them the push, right? Because they're going to want more money from the government. Which company don't want to make it? Can you imagine a company that actually trains its staff and makes money from the government because of it? That's an extra income for the company. They'll incentivize them. So they wouldn't be at a loss, they would be at a gain. So it would be a win-win situation of the companies that are already here. And then for companies that are going to come into the, for companies that are going to come into the market, they also would be incentivized to do so. So it's a win-win-win. What is impractical about that? It's because he never come up with the idea. And guess what? What does Andrew Holness do? Thief the idea then. In bad mind, you know? Them talk about bad mind and them are the most bad mind smarty. The man bad mind, the man team idea upon the debate. Talking about, let me tell you about practical. Man, shut up. Let's continue. Go ahead, let's do it, man.
This is to protect survivors. Your segment with a question, your questions via direct message on Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok to Jamaica Debates. We now ask Dion Jackson Miller to start this segment with a question for Dr. Andrew Holness.
In 2021, you were appointed to the Queen's Privy Council and the Ancient Advisory Body, and your administration's recent attempt at constitutional reform would have seen the removal of the British monarch from Jamaica's parliament and executive in phase 1, but not from our judiciary. Opposition or no opposition, referendum or not, can you tell us your position, whether you support the removal of the Privy Council as Jamaica's final court, and if so, when?
My position is that Jamaica should have its own local court as its final appellate court. But I also do respect the Caribbean Court of Justice, of which we are a part of its original jurisdiction. I will say, however, that on a matter as important as this, that forms the architecture of our nation, the people must be consulted. And that is why I put in place a process that would begin these consultations in a practical and phased basis, a process which...
Jamaica, you see, this is the 3-card trick when it comes to consultation on a phased basis. So they will consult you, right, on a phased basis. And while they're doing the phases, they're going to direct the path how they want it to. Well, that direction of a phase basis has consequences because certain things are in the law. And because the People's National Party understand the law, they cannot go around Mark Golden, you know. That's their problem, you know. When he looks at a legislation, he breaks it down to the very last word, fully understanding the capabilities and the powers of it. So when Mark Golden looked at their proposal for constitutional reform, he said, no, if you're going to do it this way and keep the Privy Council, it's going to be counterproductive. You have to cut them off completely. And that is what Andrew Holness and the government don't want to do, talking about we're going to do it on a phased basis. Brother, if you want to liberate the people, liberate the people. What the hell is this phase basis business in terms of cutting off the Privy Council? Is either you're going to you're going to stop suck your mother titty, or you're going to suck your mother titty sometime. Is either you're going to independent or you're not going to be independent. Point blank, period. So the phase basis thing in terms of that specific part, keeping the Privy Council, it is counterproductive. And Mark Golden said, no, we're not gonna do that. We're not gonna run with that. And in Vex, if they could have changed the constitution, they would have done more damage to Jamaica already, this government. I'm not asking you, I'm telling you. When you look at the NITS and it in its original form, if it wasn't for Mark Golding and the People's National Party, we, the Jamaican people, would be enslaved right now. You see what's happening in those other countries where they have this digital identification system and persons come and do what I'm doing and voice our opinion about what the government is doing. You see what's happening to them? Persons are homeless. They have been cut off of all access of their own money that they made. Think I'm lying? Go and do your research. And that is the direction that Andrew Holness was going to carry us in. Yes. Yes. Controlling and then the access to our biometrics for everybody. A system that is not well protected. Man could steal an identity. Yes, I remember that, Carlene. I did a video on YouTube. That's what I tell everybody, you know. Go and watch my videos on YouTube. This government denied the people, 70 to 100,000 people, deny them of their own housing trust money in Westmoreland. True. They did that. Let's continue. Anyway, let's continue. I need a picture of Alvaro for go up on my thumbnail. You know.
It has been thwarted by the opposition. Now, the leader of the opposition raises questions about democracy. On one hand, he does not want to consult. He wants the government to just act without...
Man, liars, man. Mark Golding has always been about consulting the people. Look at the situation with Hurricane Melissa. He told the man, get everybody involved. All the parties involved. Let's all do it together. That's what they call consultation. Stop, man, lie. You lie, I'm telling you, debate, you know. Man, lie like sin.
Consulting with the people. But then turns around and says that we are the ones undermining democracy. The leader of the opposition must be consistent. Democracy requires us to consult the people on these critical matters.
Mr. Golding?
Yes, Mr. Holness, shortly before the visit of Prince William to Jamaica, became a member of the King's Privy Council. So one has to wonder how he was choosing Jamaica when he did that. Anyway, to answer the question.
Let me play that again for people in my Buckeye class. Say it again, Marky G.
Yes, Mr. Holness, shortly before the visit of Prince William to Jamaica, became a member of the King's Privy Council. So one has to wonder how he was choosing Jamaica when he did that.
Shortly before the king came to Jamaica, Andrew Holness went there and bowed down to the king and said, I will serve your interests. How did he choose Jamaica then? The man is a gigantic ASSHOLE hypocrite. I'm telling you, real puppet master, Rush. Real puppet master. But not puppet master, puppet. My apologies. Because the puppet master is the one that tells the puppet how to move. Where I say no camera for the officers. Yesterday he said it would take 6 months. Turn 6 days. Hey man, listen.
Shortly before the visit of Prince William to Jamaica, became a member of the King's Privy Council. So one has to wonder how he was choosing Jamaica when he did that. Anyway, to answer the question.
Find it, book it, make it yours.
Mark Golding was superb in this debate. I'm telling you, confident, cool, collected, and some of the stuff he didn't answer Andrew on because it was so ridiculous. But the ones he tried to hit him with to make it, to attack him as if You know, he was not for Jamaica. He just destroyed him. So if you are for Jamaica, Andrew, why did you go and bow to the king and pledge your allegiance to the king? If you guys read the pledge that Andrew pledged to the king, you know, it is of greater weight, you know, than his pledge to Jamaica, you know. I don't think y'all heard me though. If you guys go and read the pledge that Andrew pledged to the king, what they have to say to the king, right? You would think that the king was God Almighty. So you remember good. Can't stay there.
Constitution. And the Constitution has been ruled unless shortly before the visit of Prince William to Jamaica became a member of the King's Privy Council. So one has to wonder how he was choosing Jamaica when he did that. Anyway, to answer the question, we want to follow the Constitution, and the Constitution has been ruled by the Privy Council as the highest court as not requiring a referendum for the decision as to whether or not the CCJ should become the final court replacing the Privy Council. And that is what we think ought to be done. No other country that has moved away from the Privy Council has had a referendum to do so, and there are good reasons for that.
Our next question is from Giovanni Dennis.
Listen that again, very important.
To follow the Constitution, and the Constitution has been ruled by the Privy Council as the highest court as not requiring a referendum for the decision as to whether or not the CCJ should become the final court replacing the Privy Council. And that is what we think ought to be done. No other country that has moved away from the Privy Council has had a referendum to do so, and there are good reasons for that.
So, no other country has had a referendum to move away from the Privy Council to the CCJ, and there's good reason for that. It's a way to protect the citizens, because what I'm reading into is that when they do it in phases, there is an opportunity to set us back significantly and go into dictatorship. There's a potential there. Talking about he wants to consult the people. Yo, no, I get it. No, I get it. Because it's like when I was hearing him saying that Mark Golding don't want to consult the people, I'm like, Mark Golding is Mr. Consulting the people. So he's making it clear that it's not about consulting the people. It's about protecting the people's constitutional rights. Get it? The way how Andrew Holness wants to do it, it would put the people's constitutional rights in danger of being thwarted. That's what I'm reading from what Mark Golding is saying. Let's continue, ladies and gentlemen.
Our next question is from Giovanni Dennis, and it goes to Mr. Golding.
Mr. Golding, the PNP under your leadership has flip-flopped on a number of issues. For example, Julian Robinson on May 16, 2023 said the opposition takes no issue.
You know, I didn't realize it then, but this youth was sent. You notice the job where him have now at the JIS when the penny what's up. I'm telling you, do you realize this youth here was sent? I just realizing the type of questions he's asking Mark Golding. It's very telling. Now I see why he got the job at the JIS. Just my opinion. Just my opinion. Andrea Royale, how are you doing, my love? What's up?
With a massive salary increase for parliamentarians, the very next day, the PNP released a statement objecting to the increase. Why should Jamaicans trust that you won't similarly make about turns on promises you are making now?
When Julian said that in Parliament, he was referring to the principle of parliamentarians getting an increase. He wasn't addressing the specifics of what was being proposed. We hadn't had a discussion around those specifics. When we looked at the details and we saw the massive increase that the Prime Minister was proposing for himself and for his ministers, we felt it was unconscionable to do that in the context where the public sector workers had just had their salary negotiations under some duress in relation to the teachers in particular, finalized, and many of them were getting 20% over 2 years. That is why we had to clarify our position, because it was not in accordance with what we thought that principle demanded. Now, over time, thinking can evolve. People change their positions on issues. So, for example, we are looking at this whole question of the 3.5 salary, the $3.5 million threshold increase. And we've seen where, as the debt target is achieved and resources can be released, it can be afforded. We weren't calling for 3.5 2 years ago, but we see that the need, inflation, etc., have happened. Cost of living pressures are there. Our evolution, our thinking has evolved, and we think that this is the right thing to do now, and we're committing ourselves to it. So, you know, I don't think the criticism is justified.
Thank you, Mr. Golding.
All right, so Mark Golding explained perfectly that the criticism of flip-flopping is not justified in both instances. And you can take it for what it is, or you can continue to be a laborate. Yeah, you can take it for what it is, what he just said, or you can continue to be a laborite. That was very, very clear to me. I don't know about anybody else. Right? And the JLP does this a lot, you know. They present stuff in Parliament and then they don't have the full details of it. They just give you the base argument, and then they don't give you the context. They don't see the full details. And then when you look at the full details, they will say, oh my God, this is a 3-card trick. Them trick way into agreeing to this. So, you know, the People's National Party had to learn the JLP and understand that until you see the full detail of everything that they're saying, don't agree to nothing that they're saying, because they will set you up. They're a con man in the Parliament. They are con men, ladies and gentlemen. There's certain procedure when they go into the Parliament, like you're supposed to give them written and digital stuff of speeches in debates, and several times, ladies and gentlemen, we have seen it in Parliament where they came in, whether they did it on purpose, unprepared, but they came into those situations, and the People's National Party could not be ready for a debate when they don't know the material of the debate. It was not in front of them for them to consult and read, and that's the procedure in Parliament. So they have done this many, many times, my people. And that situation with the monies, you know, that was one of those times when they looked at the context of the teachers not getting their money, especially Mark Golding. The man was like, no, Bridget, this is not right. And what has Mark Golding done since then? The man has given his like 80% of his money to charities and stuff like that, because he's saying, man, I'm sticking with the teachers. If they get 20%, I get 20%, and not just the teachers, you know. Yeah. And you notice the negotiations between them and Faval goes nowhere. Want to notice that? It's still in negotiations. They have no intention, ladies and gentlemen, of giving the teachers what they deserve. It's going to get ugly, you know, because more teachers are leaving, more nurses are leaving, and there's a brain drain. And I said it before and I'll say it again. It is my opinion that they are doing this on purpose. It's my opinion that they want these people to leave. Replace them with robots, why don't you? Robots have no soul. Robots can be programmed to do the devil's work unconscionably. Teachers have a soul and they have a conscience. So doing the devil's work, for some of them, they will stand up against it. A robot will not. Think about that. Let's continue. There's another thing he said. Oh yes, the $3.5 million threshold. Yeah, they evolved in their thinking. They didn't see it feasible some years ago, but because of the debt to GDP going down, because of the fiscal policies, yeah, they can see it now. It's that simple. It makes sense now. It didn't make sense then. Good. Let's continue.
Dr. Holness now has...
I have to call out that the leader of the opposition is telling lies. Julian Robertson stood in Parliament and said he supported the increase. Clear, and the tapes are there. Secondly, He calls the increase unconscionable, yet he takes it. I, Andrew Michael Holness, did not take it. The option was available to him as well.
Yo, you know why I'm laughing? As soon as this election year came, no, rush. We're going to believe him that he didn't take it. Remember what he did? The third term took all of the pay, the back pay and the retroactive. What a bangarang. Hey, that brother are wicked in a man. Yo, that brother are wicked. Hey, man, wicked in a Jamaica. What a guy. What a guy. Damn, son. Damn. This dude right here. This dude right here.
I think the criticism is justified.
Thank you, Mr. Golding. Dr. Holness now has...
I have to call out that the leader of the opposition is telling lies. Julian Robertson stood in Parliament and said he supported the increase. Clear, and the tapes are there.
We think that this is the right thing to do now, and we're committing ourselves to it. So, you know, I don't think the criticism is justified.
All right, sorry. I was trying to use this thing, but it's not working out, so I'm gonna go to something else. Yeah, I'm gonna go to something else. All right, so that is for pictures. All right. I need to do a video. You know what? Let me just simplify it because I don't want no problems. Ladies and gentlemen, listen to this. Listen to this from Andrew.
Thank you, Mr. Golding. Dr. Holness now has...
I have to call out that the leader of the opposition is telling lies. Julian Robertson stood in Parliament and said he supported the increase. Clear, and the tapes are there. Secondly, he called the increase on...
I think the criticism is justified.
Thank you, Mr. Golding. Dr. Holness now has...
I have to call out that the leader of the opposition is telling lies. Julian Robertson stood in Parliament and said he supported the increase. Clear, and the tapes are there. Secondly, he calls the increase unconscionable, yet he takes it. I, Andrew Michael Holness, did not take it. The option was available to him as well. I chose not to take it. The leader of the opposition says, I have 28 bank accounts.
I don't even want to get into the 28 bank accounts part. Jamaica, this was last year in the debate. A few moments later, as soon as this dude went into power, what did Andrew Holness do? Who remembers? Took back all the money that he said he didn't take, all the retroactive, everything. Whose man's is this, bro? This man cannot be trusted, you know? This man cannot be trusted. Damn. This is some hilarious. It is sad, bro. It's sad. It's sad. Yo, this dude is something else, man. Bro, this is too easy, bro. I'll be up all morning like this, man. This is too easy. I'm sorry. What?
That is absolutely not true. The report of the Integrity Commission includes accounts that are closed, accounts that are dormant, insurance accounts, and investment accounts.
Thank you.
They have
Thank you, Dr. Holness. Our next question is from Dion Jackson Miller, and it goes to Dr. Holness.
Dr. Holness, in your 2016 manifesto, you said, quote, will make it mandatory that the appointment to sensitive posts be approved by a 2/3 majority in each House of Parliament, thereby requiring consensus between government and opposition. Now, the posts identified included the Office of Director of Public Prosecutions. Not only did you not implement this, but you disregarded the opposition's objections in the case of the recent extension, which led to a court case. Wasn't this a betrayal of the principle of bipartisanship that you had been proposing 9 years before?
Absolutely not. And indeed, in some instances, there are parliamentary review of sensitive positions. And I want to be also very clear that the constitutional reform process that we have put in place would take into consideration all of these proposals that were made. We cannot tinker with the Constitution, doing a little thing here and a little thing there, and therefore we decided to put it in a comprehensive process, again, which the opposition has thwarted. But since I have some time, let me also address some other issues about the leader of the opposition. In my own...
This is where you know he's losing. I trace him, so I trace the trainer undefeated rush. He got hot under the collar. Yes, he surely did.
Integrity Commission report published in Parliament. There were no findings of corruption. All my assets are in Jamaica, and I have declared everything to the Integrity Commission. The leader of the opposition, however, also had a report from the contracted.
Brother, he's lying. Lavish, what are you doing? He's lying. If you go back and read the Integrity Commission report, Eunice, if you go back and read it, it says that Andrew Holness decided that he would not give them any more information. One of these days, I'm going to go back to it, you know. I'm going to go back. I have it on my computer. I'm going to go back to it. I'm tired of his lies. Him too much now. He said that out of his own, they said that in the report. It's his refusal, hi Samantha, it's his refusal, ladies and gentlemen, to give the Integrity Commission more information. He stated that he believes he has given them enough. That's why he cannot be certified, because he refused to cooperate with them. It's no other reason. Watch me, baby, I give me money gun. Thank you, boo. Big up yourself, Samantha, right? Yeah, that's what happened. And it's there if you just read, my people. If you just go and take the time out to look for yourself. I'm telling you. You're going to see how much lies this man tells. Hi. June, what's up, June? How you doing, sweetheart?
Commission
Crazy.
Report published in Parliament. There were no findings of corruption.
June.
All my assets are in...
Hey, I appreciate you. You're going to work? You're going to work now, Samantha? Blessings, man. Blessings. Thank you so much, my darling.
Jamaica. And I have declared everything to the Integrity Commission. The leader of the opposition, however, also had...
Man, lie. Yo, man, lying up. Yo, I'm saying, man. Yo, the man lying up, Bridging. Yo, John, bro.
From the Contractor General previously, which found that they benefited from public resources in an irregular way. They termed it a sweetheart deal. In my report, there is no such thing. None of my resources are ever connected to any public funds or any public resources. However, for the leader of the opposition, the report was very clear that their operations were considered to be irregular and a sweetheart.
Thank you, Dr. Holness. Mr. Golding has an opportunity to respond.
The Prime Minister has no interest in bipartisanship. He has strong dictatorial tendencies and really would prefer not to consult with the opposition at all if he didn't have to. And I say that based on my experience with him over the last 5 years.
Where's the lie? You remember the other day, and I have the video, it's on my TikTok. I was in a striped white shirt. Remember when Andrew Holness said, you know, the leader of the opposition has expressed to me that he would like to have a role in the recovery process. And of course, you know, I don't know how that would work. Who remembers that?
The report was very clear that their operations were considered to be irregular and a sweetheart.
Thank you, Dr. Holness. Mr. Golding has an opportunity to respond.
The Prime Minister has no interest in bipartisanship. He has strong dictatorial tendencies and really would prefer not to consult with the opposition at all if he didn't have to. And I say that based on my experience with him over the last 5 years. He talks about he didn't want to tinker with the Constitution. Then why did he seek to amend the Constitution as a one-off, tabling the bill and seeking to pass it on the same day to extend the DPP's tenure beyond what was constitutionally allowed? That was tinkering, Prime Minister, so come on. And in terms of Integrity Commission reports, my declarations have been certified every year as being proper. Yours have not, because you are under investigation for illicit enrichment.
Mr. Golding.
That's right. Talk to him.
Our follow-up question now. Deon Jackson has indicated she'd like to use the first of her follow-up questions.
On the same issue of the DPP's appointment, Principal Dr. Holness doesn't require constitutional amendments, though. And if it is that you were committed to the principle of bipartisanship, why would you have rejected such strongly worded opposition coming from the opposition leader?
End of the day, this matter was taken to the court, and the courts decided, and the DPP was reinstated. I want to also...
So he avoided the question about principle. At the end of the day, it was taken to the court and the court decided. He avoided the question about principle. He has none. There's no argument. He got cornered and, you know, he swiveled his way like the snake he is out of that one. But we're going to point the fact that he swiveled his way out of it. Yes, this man is diabolical. I keep telling you, man. He's,
something that the leader of the opposition said. The investigations carried out by the Integrity Commission are at an end. I am not currently under any investigation. There were no findings of corruption or charges. The leader of the opposition continues to try to weaponize these things because that is the only crutch he has to stand on. I, Andrew Holness, am thoroughly transparent.
Thank you, Dr. Holness.
Jamaica, you know what he couldn't say? I, Andrew Holness, is certified. Argument done. That's what he couldn't say out of his mouth. He ran around saying, tell us that you're certified, Andrew. What's up, Susie? Tell us that you're certified. He cannot do it because he's not. But you're no longer under investigation. The investigation was referred to the FID, sir. Stop swingling the people.
Mr. Golding has the opportunity to respond.
Again, Andrew Holness is being disingenuous and tricky. The Integrity Commission referred his matters to the Financial Investigations Division.
That's right.
A law enforcement agency charged with investigating serious financial crimes for further investigation. What was his response? When there was a vacancy at the head of it, he sought to appoint or influence the appointment of somebody who is his close personal friend and who had said publicly on nationwide radio that he didn't see anything wrong in the report on Mr. Holness's financial situation, the Integrity Commission's report. It was clearly a set-up job, and we feel that very strongly that this needs to be addressed.
Thank you, Mr. Golding.
Yeah, I definitely got to do a video on this part. That question right there, yeah, I definitely have to do a video on that. I definitely got to do a video. I got to remind people of this. Boy, this dude. This dude is something else, man. I don't know why I have so much energy tonight and about that dude. You guys are lucky. Y'all better show me some love. Y'all better show me some love, man. Yo, telling you, what time is it? Okay, it's all good. I have a lot of energy tonight, ladies and gentlemen. This is necessary. It is. It truly is. Alright, so yeah, let me just post that. No, Lucy. No, I don't want to do no live event. No. Yes, thank you. Appreciate that. Alright, here we go. You repost it. Thank you, Wendy. Thank you, darling. what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna save them and post them after I'm done. So let me go back to I'm going to use my Snapchat, save the videos, and then edit them. That's what I'm going to do. You know how you call out the leader of the opposition. You know how I hear that. Granted, what that, man? Yeah, nice. I like that one there. I like that one there. Yeah, I like this one. I like this. You have some AI versions. I'm not paying for that. Man, you must be out your mind, bro.
Thoroughly, not currently under any investment of the court and the courts.
Of bipartisanship, why would you have rejected such strongly worded opposition coming from the opposition leader?
End of the day, this matter was taken to the court, and the courts decided, and the DPP was reinstated.
Okay.
I want to also clarify something that the leader of the opposition said.
Yes.
The investigations carried out by the Integrity Commission are at an end. I am not currently under any investigation.
Really?
There were no findings of corruption or charges.
Okay.
The leader of the opposition continues to try to weaponize these things because that is the only crutch he has to stand on.
Jamaica, can you imagine a leader that cannot explain how he made his money? He characterizes it as it being a crutch for the opposition. That's a significant issue, but let's continue.
Holness. Thoroughly transparent.
Thank you, Dr.
virtue
Holness.
of
Thank
this
you, Dr.
investigation.
Holness. Mr. Golding has the opportunity to respond.
Again, Andrew Holness is being disingenuous and tricky. The Integrity Commission referred his matters to the Financial Investigations Division, a law enforcement agency charged with investigating serious financial crimes for further investigation. What was his response? When there was a vacancy at the head of it, he sought to appoint or influence the appointment of somebody who is his close personal friend and who had said publicly on nationwide radio that he didn't see anything wrong in the report on Mr. Holness's financial situation, the Integrity Commission's report. It was clearly a set-up job, and we feel that very strongly that this needs to be addressed.
Thank you, Mr. Golding.
One Marky G. Just to remind you guys. Yo, Andrew, you not leave this down, brother. You not leave this down. You can't tell you that right now. What the hell is that? The heart meter. Oh, it come up so a while ago. First man I see that. Yo, send me the next one. Let me see that. Send me a next. Somebody send me a next one of them.
Questions from social media. I'm going to hand over to Amoy.
Malik on Facebook says many Jamaicans feel the economic growth that's been reported hasn't lowered their grocery bills or electricity costs. How do you measure economic success beyond the statistics?
Dr. Holness has the opportunity to respond.
The first measure is income. And 280,000 jobs have been created in Jamaica, which means that more Jamaicans have income. There is a rise in income. Let's look at the minimum wage. The Jamaica Labour Party government has tripled the minimum wage. So there are more Jamaicans earning more at the lower levels of our country. Further, access to basic amenities. 350,000 Jamaicans have access to potable water. And in our next term, we will ensure that the 900,000 Jamaicans, which now don't have reliable or full access to water, will have access to water.
Jamaica, want to hear that? Andrew said the rest of the person that don't have access to water, the next term, they will make sure them have access to water. Jamaica, how is that going? The people that will live in the Edmund Bartlett area and have water for 60 years. How is that going? You're 66 and from your born you never see water. How is that going? Your niece have to wait till rain fall. Mighty God.
Transportation, public transportation. We have done an amazing job in reducing bus fares and increasing the convenience and efficiency of public transportation, including implementing a rural bus fare system. On electricity, we have reduced the GCT on electricity, a promise made by the previous government and not kept. We have done it in a sustained fares and increasing the convenience and efficiency of public transportation, including implementing a rural bus fare system. On electricity, we have reduced the GCT on electricity, a promise made.
Father God, the man can't so lie. Which part and Jonas government reduce electricity? Reduce GCT on electricity? Somebody explain to me when that happened. No, I'm dead serious. When I liberate them in the comment section, please send me the article. Give me a reference. If you tell me when this government has reduced GCT. Jesus and peace, Father God. No, Jamaica, the man lie in front of the world for national television. Janet are the highest we light bill there ever be. GCT, I'm mad with Janet. Me have a document on my computer right now. For sure. Right now, I just show me I use my computer because me over my other live. Me have one next live I go on for YouTube, you know, over Bolo TV feed. You know? And that I go run for hours. And I do some throwback. You know, some throwback videos with Mark Stewart and some of the prophetic word and so. But thank you so much, Susie. Thank you. She did carry down the light bills. She removed it. You know, I'm gonna look for it here, man, because I send it to my phone. I'm tired of this man here, man. Tired of him, Jimmy. Man, too lie, man. You know, man, if you lie, so brother. Man, if you lie, so bro. Which part for him government reduce GCT? But how comes in promise we big? The big what you call it? In promise with the big facilities then. He promised us the big facilities. Oh my God, bro. This dude, yo, this dude is diabolical for real. Wow. Hey, I don't know how people support Andrew Holness. If Andrew Holness was somebody I supported, you know, given all of these exposures that has happened with him, I would have been said, man, I'm sorry, bro. It is too hard to support you, sir. I can't defend this. There's no way I can defend this. I wouldn't even attempt to defend Andrew Holness' lies. They're too blatant. Too blatant. You know what these people bank on? They bank on people being too lazy to go and look at the evidence or do the research, or, you know, like you guys are doing right now, waiting on me to find it to show you. For those that truly don't know, yeah, I'm going to send this to myself. The pledge, yes, the pledge is one of them we need to send. The pledge of Andrew Holness take, yes. Let me send that. Send that the picture there. Which, what else we need to send here now? Go back in there. I'm going to show you when Mama P did actually fix the light bill or something there. And then them come back and change it. I'm going to look for the road maintenance act that was repealed as well, because I talked about that earlier. And I have the evidence for that as well. Yo, I tell them, man, the man just you cool like ice, Jamaica. Like, nobody not have nothing for Andrew when it comes and stuff. See that light bill. Alright, see one of them now? Light bill, light bill, light bill. What else may I look for? The GCT, I hit this, we just find it. Alright, perfect. Send it to my phone. Alright, may I show you what I'm going. See? One moment. Show you what I'm going. Jamaica. Look up this article. You see that? You can see this, right? I've got to turn the camera upon this. Alright. Yeah, I'm going to turn the camera upon this to show them this the right way. If you guys can see this, to go and look it up yourself, let me know here. On my camera there. Ah, wonderful. Look at this. You see that? You guys see that? This is Mama P. Wow. Man, I don't even know. Yeah, see that? This is Mama P. This is a government document. So, the government has removed, it says government removes GCT on residential light bill. Listening to Jamaica, the government has removed the general consumption tax, GCT, on electricity for all resident customers, making good on an election promise. This was announced by Prime Minister, the Most Honorable Portia Simpson Miller, on June 5th, 2012. June 5th, 2012, ladies and gentlemen. While making her contribution at the 2012-2013 budget debate in the House of Representatives. Come on, man. We made a promise before the election. This is her speaking in the Mama P. To relieve the burden on GCT on electricity, particularly for the poor and the struggling and the middle class. Want to look on this now? This was an article. You see that? When that 2017, March 11. 2017, March 11. Look up this. Light bills will go up. President and CEO of the Public Service JPS, Kelly Tom, Tomblin, I pronounce it Tomlin. The B should be silent, I think. Says most of our customers will likely see an increase in their electricity bill. Why did she say that? This is as the government yesterday announced the change was announced yesterday by Finance Minister Audley Shaw during his budget presentation. A 16.5% general consumption tax. General consumption tax, GCT, will be added to the bill of all JPS customers who use more than 150 kilometers per hour monthly. Goes on to say, Minister Shaw says the move will not affect 61% of residential customers. Why did he say that? Because Mama P did take off GCT and then bring it back. So to justify them bringing it back, he's saying that it will not affect 61% of the residential customers, which is not true. It's inaccurate. It goes on to say, however, Ms. Tomlin, that are the lady at JPS, says average electricity usage is going up and is currently above the threshold. So the average customer, which means most of the customers of JPS at the time when they did this, would have felt the hands of the government raising, putting back GCT. And from that time till now, my people, you have been suffering. From 2017 till now. Let's just be clear about that. from that time till now, you all have been suffering. All right? Don't be fooled. Don't let them fool you. Ba-dum-bum, ba-dum, ba-dum-bum-bum. Ba-dum-bum, ba-dum, ba-da-da-da. Or even try to school you. Oh, yes. Oh, no. Don't make them fool you, Jamaica. Let's move on. This man is diabolical, bro. Yo, I can't believe the man just said this. We just disproved that.
Including implementing a rural bus fare system. On electricity, we have reduced the GCT on electricity, a promise made by the previous government and not kept. We have done it in
Jamaica. Mama P didn't reduce it. She removed it. She took it off. She took off the GCT. She promised to take it off and she took it off. And they put it back.
Sustainable way. But more importantly, we have not placed any new taxes on the people of Jamaica since.
That was also a lie. Yo, did you guys see Favour Williams' presentation? Favour Williams' presentation actually messed them up where that is concerned. That's a lie, ladies and gentlemen. I'm looking for the Road Act. The changing of the Road Act. It's a very, I think this is the one. Yes. It's a very specific document. 2017. Let me see. 2012, sorry. An act to repeal the Road Maintenance Act. See, them have that too. Oh my God, Jamaica. Jamaica tell them to around with me. Hey, big up my teacher them. Big up my teacher them. See that? Let me zoom it up photo. Let me zoom it up photo my side. What that say? You see that? This is an official document. This is a official document, government document. You can see that? You see what that say? You guys can see that? You guys can probably see it better. You see that? Tell me if you can see it. Can you guys see it? Somebody talk to me. Can you read it on the screen? Let me zoom it up better. You see that? What that? Repeal. Repeal what? Road maintenance. You see that? Repeal. This was the 8th day of December 2017. She said she can't see it. Give me a second. I'm soon come back here. Why me? Big up. I'm soon come back. More I see it. More I see it. Let me go find this thing. More I should see it, man. All right, so I'm back. All right, thank you all for waiting. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much. So yeah, I got all the documents now, so I can post it on the screen. Hopefully you can see the main parts of it because I didn't have time to edit them. All right, so let me go to effects. Go to effects real quick. Damn, why you do this again? Oh my God, what is this? What is happening? Something like the phone too hot or something. This thing now come off ice cream now. I was like, wait a minute, what the hell? Background, yeah, background. No, not background, my bad. No background. Effects, yeah, effects. Is it effects or background? Oh, yeah, I think it's effects. Alright, oh, wrong one. This one. Phone slow, man. Phone I won't slow Jamaica. Probably through me a charge. That freeze up to, you know. Alright, so this is the this is one. This is one. There you go. Alright, so let me flip my camera so you can see it. Sorry. Let me flip the camera. Let the camera flip again. Oh, there you go. Let me change up some things, you know. Alright. So there it is, ladies and gentlemen. See? An act to repeal the Road Maintenance Fund Act. So remember earlier when I was doing the live and Andrew was talking about, and this was not tonight, this was before. This was my live stream on YouTube before. You remember, for who is here, you remember when Andrew was talking about road infrastructure, and he was saying that the roads are so bad, and you know, just blaming the people from before for not really doing anything. Well, they were doing something to maintain those roads, and it's called the Road Maintenance Fund. All right, it was in law, and his government in 2017, 8th of December. You're not seeing the, well, you can look at the top of the screen, you see it there, 2017. So this was when he was in power, and their signature is also on it, ladies and gentlemen. Right? They repealed this one. Okay, they stopped using the Road Maintenance Fund. They stopped it completely. The law was thrown out by the Jamaica Labour Party. So you see the bad roads them that we have, blame the Jamaica Labour Party, because they did this, but then what have they built? How have they dealt with the roads after they decided to repeal the Road Maintenance Act? They have sabotaged us, ladies and gentlemen. All right? They have sabotaged us. It's not like they came up with a plan that we are going to innovatively build the roads in such a way that we don't need the road maintenance fund anymore. There was no COVID that caused them to repeal this actual fund. There was nothing like that warranted them. It's just something that they decided to do. And of course, they have been talking about what you call it. They have been talking about, you know, climate resilience for quite some time. We've been talking about climate change for quite some time. So if you know that we have a climate change issue, and you decided that, man, you know what, I'm going to really and truly deal with this thing in a way to show these people how to build roads. If he had done that, we wouldn't have an issue, right? But the Road Maintenance Act was repealed by the Jamaica Labour Party in 2017, December 8th. Go and look it up. And for the persons in the comment section, the monitoring spirits from the Jamaica Labour Party that are still watching, I don't have no problem being challenged. I try to make sure that I stay on the path of right information. And when I speak on things that is alleged, I speak on the alleged things. If I speak on my belief, I speak on my belief, and I'm entitled to that. But this is not up for debate. They removed the fund. So in essence, the deterioration of the roads is directly linked to this decision that they made. Period. Let's continue. Let me turn around my camera back. Oh. Before I do that, let me show you the other things. I just remembered, right? Let me show you the other things. Okay, so which one is this? All right, so this one is Mama P. You can't go see this very good, but as you can see, it says here, government remove GCT residential bills. You can see Mama P name, Portia Simpson Miller, June 5th, 2013. Right? You can see all of that, right? How do I make my screen clear so I can see it really clear? Alright, so yeah, it's right there, guys. This is the article, June 5th, 2012. That's when Mama P was in power. They removed the GCT off residential bills. It's a promise that she kept. Alright, so let me show you what the government did. Let me show you what the government did, right? So here we go. This was March 11, 2017. The government decided that they were going to add back the GCT, but JPS was telling them, look at the top of it, light bills will go up. They were warning them, but they didn't listen. Here we are, see it right here. So it says, Audley Shaw during his budget presentation, a 16.5% general consumption tax, GCT, I'm going to move this out of the way, will be added to the bills of all customers, all JPS customers who use more than 150 kilowatt hour monthly. He stated that it would not affect 61% of the residential customers, but Ms. Tomlin says average electricity usage is going up and is currently above the threshold. So the threshold that he put, he probably didn't do his research or he didn't care to do it. Either way, whether or not Audley Shaw was incompetent or he was just wicked and evil and they purposefully did this to the Jamaican people, the fact remains that our light bills are way higher because of the Jamaica Labour Party. And I rest my case. They are to be blamed. Let's continue. Flip on the camera. Flip. We're back. Okay, wonderful. Don't test me, ladies and gentlemen. Don't test me. And if you want, I have Andrew Holness's let me see. I have Andrew Holness's pledge. That's a part of his pledge. See, talk about Her Majesty, the crown and all of that. That's a part of Andrew Holness' pledge, yeah? When Andrew Holness said that he would be assassinated by one of his many enemies, yeah, man. I have that too, yeah? This is the full pledge, see? You will know all manner done or spoken against person under the crown, all of that stuff. Yeah, that is the pledge. So Andrew Holness pledged allegiance to the king. It's no doubt about it. It is more, the pledge to the king is more significant than his pledge to the people of Jamaica. I can tell you that the wording is very, very intense. Very, very intense. So nobody can come to me and tell me that Mark Jefferson Golden is less committed to the Jamaican people than Andrew Holness, because not a fault of his own, not something that he decided for himself. His father is from Britain. You understand? His father is from Britain, that's it. That's the only reason why he had a British passport. Simple. And the Jamaican racist people, yeah, I expect that from the Jamaica Labour Party, but the PNP people that did that, yo, I'm telling y'all, man. And I'm disgusted at both of you. I really am. But let's continue, ladies and gentlemen. Let's continue.
Our government has been managing the fiscal affairs of this country.
Mr. Golding has an opportunity to respond.
First of all, I think the question is sound, because statistics don't tell the full picture. Jamaica's competitiveness has been falling, yet they say that we have record low unemployment. Several 100,000 Jamaicans are outside the labor force and are not measured for that purpose. And indeed, you're regarded as being employed if you're employed 1 hour a week. 55% of Jamaicans are suffering from food insecurity. That is what the United Nations says, the FAO, which is an agency of the UN, says. 55% of Jamaicans are not getting adequate nutrition. That is not consistent with prosperity or low poverty rates or low unemployment rates. As for transportation costs, those are extremely high for many Jamaicans, which is why we want to introduce the RIDE program, a subsidy for rural children to help them to get to school in an affordable way. It's $10,000 per child who needs it in each family. So if you have more than one child, each one of them would qualify for this, because we recognize that that is one of the causes of absenteeism in schools at the moment. As for electricity, the rate and cost of electricity under this government has gone way higher than where we left it at 23 cents per kilowatt hour. Now it's over 40. And as for the GCT, they are providing a subsidy.
Jamaica, you hear that? That's on record. The People's National Party left it at 23 cents. It's almost doubled. The numbers still, I don't know why the man go pan it, something go lie, Jamaica. I don't know why he did that. It is pointless to lie when all of the information is at our fingertips. But, you know, because he knows that there's a lot of you out there that is just going to listen and have a phone in front of you or have a computer beside you and not go, let me look at if what Bolo is saying is true. Let me look if what Andrew Holness is saying. Hi, Laura. Let me look at what he's saying if it's true. He knows you're not going to do it. So, you know, it's easy to mislead you because you give him the opportunity to mislead you by not doing any research on what he says. Simple. And most leaders do that. Most politicians do that. Not all of them. Most of them do that. You know, they have you in the palm of their hands and you are, don't do no research.
Has gone way higher than where we left it at 23 cents per kilowatt hour. Now it's over 40. And as for the GCT, they are providing a subsidy at the moment, but they haven't said for how long, and there's no commitment to keep it on.
Thank you, Mr. Golding. We are now going to be taking a short break.
Yes, so that's what the government does. Like, election is coming up, they provide a subsidy for the electricity. What has happened to the subsidy, guys? Gone. I think it's gone. I don't think they're providing it anymore. Oil prices are too high. I don't think they have that subsidy anymore.
Invite you to stay tuned.
The general fulfilled promise.
Hostility to.
Welcome back to the final segment of the Leaders Debate presented by the Jamaica Debates Commission. We invite you, the public, to send us your questions via direct message on Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok to Jamaica Debates. Now, this segment actually begins with a follow-up question. Giovanni Dennis has indicated that he'd like to ask one of his follow-up questions, and that goes to Dr. Andrew Holness.
Dr. Holness, on the matter of your government's hostility towards accountability institutions, in a world where journalists reporting on the conflict in Gaza are being murdered, the constant attacks on the press in Jamaica by both political parties undermine press freedom and has been reflected in Jamaica's slippage on the World Press Freedom Index. We have just seen the release of the names of journalists that both political parties objected to participating in the national debates. Why do both parties continue to undermine press freedom and put journalists in danger?
To be clear,
both political parties does not do that. They don't. And see, I should have seen this before, Mr. Radawagwan. I should have seen this before. That question was a softball question to Andrew. I'm telling you, both political parties do not do that. There's one party that the People's National Party talk about because they attack Mark Golding. And they just lie and fabricate stuff. It's ocean-wide. And they're extremely biased towards the Jamaica Labour Party. The same energy they have for the PNP is not the same energy they have. So they're not, in essence, of what the principle of media personnel is. They don't do it. Remember, they are mainstream media, you know, they're not vloggers and bloggers, you know. So there are principles to what they do and how they function. And those press entities have been bought and sold out, and it's quite clear. So that question from him, I see where him get film job now, JIS. I should have known. I didn't see it then. I didn't see it, but you were a plant the whole time. So they didn't get to put Draws Davis that came out and said that and lied on PJ Patterson. No integrity, no media integrity. Lied on PJ Patterson. I said the man was the most murderous prime minister. And I just showed you guys that Andrew Holness have the same amount of murders under his tenure. And it's not done yet. In a 10 years, almost the same amount. And Mr. PJ Patterson, the most honorable PJ Patterson, he was in power for 17 or 16 years. He was in power for 17 or 16 years. And Andrew Holness is, listen, let me tell you, let me explain to you. You see, if Andrew Holness did not have a record year this year, last year, in terms of bringing down murders, although I still don't believe it, but according to the statistics, if he didn't have a record year of bringing down murders by criminals towards citizens, he would have passed PJ in 10 years, you know, in the amount in total that PJ was in power for, you know. There's a PJ in power for 14 years. No, man, I'm more than that, man. 92, 2002, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. A 14 year? A 14 year? Oh yeah, 14 year. That make it worse. That make it worse. You don't make it better. You don't make it better. Andrew Holness in 10 years almost surpassed the numbers that PJ Patterson had in 14 years. You don't make it better. You don't make it better. So if you look on average, if you look, say 14 years, if you look on average, you know why I keep saying 18 years? Because that's what them always say. 18 years with PJ they in a power. That's the narrative that they put out. That's the narrative that they put out. So yeah, you know.
My political party does not undermine press freedom. To be clear, my political party did not object. The objections came from the PNP.
Yo, Jamaica, me tired there, man. I'm glad to say this soon done. Man, yo, I've got to do one next video, brother. Man, lie, yo. John Monster, man, too liar, man. Oh, man, you can't believe we have such a liar prime minister in Jamaica. It's a damn shame. I feel shame for the Jamaican with this leader here in the power. I'm not going to lie. Shame. Shame bad. Shame. Alright, so guys, you know, these are the moments why I feel ashamed of being a Jamaican with this leader. Listen to this.
Goes to Dr. Andrew Holness.
Dr. Holness, on the matter of your government's hostility towards accountability institutions, in a world where journalists reporting on the conflict in Gaza are being murdered, the constant attacks on the press in Jamaica by both political parties undermine press freedom and has been reflected.
There's no attack by both political parties. But let's continue.
Jamaica's slippage on the World Press Freedom Index. We have just seen the release of the names of journalists that both political parties objected to participating in the national debates. Why do both parties continue to undermine press freedom and put journalists in danger?
So, it's not undermining press freedom to not work with persons that are obviously biased towards one political party. They are not impartial. They are biased politically. So, you disregard press freedom after that. You're a political tool. You don't deal with things fairly. But let's continue.
To be clear, my political party does not undermine press freedom. To be clear, my political party did not object. The objections came from the PNP.
So Andrew Holness want to talk about this singular issue. Warmington was the one that went on a platform and said that the Gleaner and RJR is trying to take down Andrew Holness in a heated election period. You don't think that's putting the Gleaner people in danger? And they have been doing it now. Several of them have done it. Even in the Senate, I've heard them. Let me tell you something, man. Yo, this man is just a diabolical liar, ladies and gentlemen. And it's shameful. Absolutely shameful. Sick of it, man. Sick of it, bro. Man, yo, this dude there, brother. Yo.
And historically, it is the PNP that has been vociferous, including attacking a particular radio station. I personally have stayed away from any negative commentary about any journalists. Journalists are important, and I support strong journalism. And I want to make that absolutely clear.
Yo, Andrew, we say him a go to war with we. Him a go toe to toe with we. I'm gonna make one next video, sorry. I'm gonna make one next video. Well, Jamaica, I'm sorry, but I have to make one next video. Well, only listen to this.
To be clear, my political party did not object. The objections came from the PNP.
Part 2.
And historically, it is the PNP that has been vociferous, including attacking a particular radio station.
One radio station that attacked them and tell lie upon them. Moving on.
I personally have stayed away from any negative commentary about any journalists. Journalists are important, and I support strong journalism. And I want to make that absolutely clear. In the time I have, I will rebut.
So, Andrew, now you say you're going to go at the war with the people on social media. So you don't respect the people on social media. You don't respect the voices of the people on social media. We are an extension of the media as well. You know? We're not mainstream, but we're an extension. And you're the one that said you're going to war. Dana Morris Dixon said she's going to war against misinformation, but the young youth drunker them of on the party. We tell lie upon Mark Golding. We don't see nobody has sanctioned them. We haven't heard an apology yet. And I need to go and look it up right now to see if you have made an apology. But I doubt it. But you that said you're going to war with us and toe to toe with us. And you say I got war now, Andrew, I forgot. Man, you gotta stop lying, bro. Stop lying. Stop. Just stop it. Real talk. Stop lying. Ah, man. Boy, I thought I was gonna finish up, but boy,
I am
Mama San,
in no way associated with the head of the FID. My understanding is that the head of the FID is a friend.
Thank you, Dr. Holness. Thank you, Dr. Holness.
You know, I'm glad Sam get cut off, but my understanding is that the head of the FID is a friend of the opposition leader.
Has the opportunity to respond.
Andrew Holness, we are cycle with the man, you know. Andrew Holness knows say him and the man are friend and company go lie. Hey, I'm not even gonna address that. I have to leave some lie them. The amount of lie when him tell me can't address all of them. I go there till tomorrow.
Press freedom is a fundamental pillar on which democracy is based, and I and my party fully support press freedom. The Prime Minister said something which was untrue when he said that only our side objected to some journalists. Their side also objected. In fact, we objected to 3, they objected to 4 journalists. And the matter was eventually resolved, and here we are. And the truth is that some journalists in the country are not as independent.
Thank you, Dr. Holness. Mr. Golding has the opportunity to respond.
Press freedom is a fundamental pillar on which democracy is based, and I and my party fully support press freedom. The Prime Minister said something which was untrue when he said that only our side objected to some journalists.
Lie.
Their side also objected. In fact, we objected to 3, they objected to 4 journalists. And the matter was eventually resolved, and here we are.
Jamaica, the man lied about something that simple. Him lie. You know, Mark will not be decent and say he said something that him lie. Let's continue.
Is that some journalists in the country are not as independent as others and not as professional as others. And it is quite legitimate to criticize persons who you don't feel as living up to the standards of their profession. But we would never do anything to threaten or undermine press freedom or indeed to make any journalist feel unsafe. And if it ever happens, we'll take out whatever it needs to stop it.
Thank you, Mr. Golding.
Thank you so much, Mr. Golding. The People's National Party has never said anything towards any journalist or any radio station that would threaten them. Never. They have never used a threatening tone. Not even one time. We the people though see you ocean-wide and the rest of you. Yes. And the people just don't like you because they know someone now an agent of the JLP and is biased and don't fear. And I found out that is that now nothing to do with the People's National Party. that you're not professional? You guys want to talk about Mark Golding and his statutory declaration and making up stuff about it. You know, he needs to come and explain 2024. Look at you know, when the man gazetted every year, I know gazetted it again in 2024. Yes, but this is what you guys do. Chevron, whatever you want, yeah? You, and every time when Mark Golding come to a press conference, you come ask some weird question and have nothing to do with the press conference to try and sway a narrative and put out something out there.
Our next question is from Dion Jackson Miller, and it goes to Mr. Golding.
Mr. Golding, Causal Barnett is a blind Jamaican who is also a very experienced and very qualified teacher, but who was out of a job for 4 years now. Your manifesto promises to protect the right of persons with disabilities. Those Jamaicans are disproportionately affected by poverty. Vision 2030 says that governments haven't been living up to a reserve a percentage of public sector jobs for persons with disabilities that would have helped people like Mr. Barnett and others like him. Would a PNP government implement such a recommendation?
Of course.
Thank you for that question, Dion. I come from a family that has delivered transformational national service to the country, in particular in the area of persons with disabilities. My father was the first orthopedic surgeon in Jamaica, and he established what was then the Polio Center, became the Mona Rehabilitation Center. And when he died in 1996, it was named after him. It's now called the Sir John Golding Rehab Center. He also established the Hope Valley Experimental School, a school for integrated education for able-bodied and children with disabilities. 2 parliamentarians went to that school, and they established the National Road Safety Council because of his awareness of the fact that many people who end up with disabilities is as a result of road traffic accidents. I am, and we are very committed to implementing the UN Convention for the Persons with Disabilities, which Jamaica was the first country in the hemisphere to sign. And we are the ones who passed the Disabilities Act, brought it to Parliament. This government took 7 years to bring it into effect. We're glad it's in effect, but it needs to be actualized now in practice so that persons with disabilities feel and see the benefits of it. We are fully committed to that, and we are going to establish a National Disabilities Fund to aid persons with disabilities so that they can have their assistive aids, they can get help to establish themselves in business at home, and improve sidewalks for their transportation. We are committed to the community of persons with disabilities.
Dr. Holness has the opportunity to respond.
To be clear, one of the things that I'm very proud of is that my administration has reserved under special orders through the NHD houses for persons with disability. They have a direct access. Under the new social housing program, we make it a point of duty to support persons with disabilities, and many persons with disabilities have benefited. Our administration have brought into effect the Disabilities Act. We continue to support the disabled community with grants and an increase in PATH benefits. Our government is committed to supporting persons with disability in Jamaica.
What about elevating them? Not just committed to what about elevating them? What about having them feel as if, you know, they can really be empowered to do more for themselves? What about that? Based on what Mr. Golding just said a while ago, you know, it's the path and all of that sounds good, but what about something for them in business so they can actually become a part of the workforce and bringing in revenue and income and, you know, fending for themselves? What about that? There's a fundamental difference between how he answered the question and how Mark Golding answered the question, you know. Hi Alicia, what's up my baby? There's a fundamental difference, ladies and gentlemen.
Dion Jackson Miller has indicated that she would like to take her second follow-up question.
Yes, Mr. Golding. We hear the broad statements of policy and principle, but what persons with disabilities want are jobs, which is why I'm asking specifically if your administration would implement a recommendation to reserve a certain percentage of public sector jobs for persons with disabilities.
Yes, we have committed to that across MD&As, ministries, departments, and agencies, that we would like to see quotas or an allocation for the person with disabilities community to have the benefit of employment opportunities in the public sector. But we also recognize the need to ensure that those who have the capacity to deliver services or to make things at home are empowered to do so. And that's why we have the National Disabilities Fund, which we will establish to help them to get a start in life in the area of business and fulfill their talents and monetize their talents so they can uplift themselves and their families from their homes. So yes, we're fully on board with the idea that you mentioned, Jan.
Dr. Holness, to rebut.
Most definitely. We will do that and we will do more. In fact, at the Office of the Prime Minister, we do make it a point of duty to ensure that persons with disabilities are employed at the Office of the Prime Minister, and we will give that directive, if it is not already in effect, to all the ministries. But more than that, people with disabilities want to be independent and they want to work independently, many of them. And we, through various initiatives, including through the various development funds that we have, will provide resources to persons with disability so that they can start their own businesses. And I think that is really the critical.
Didn't he just repeat what Mark Golding said? Mark Golding literally just said that before this rebuttal, you know? Yo, this dude just copied the man answer and just use it. Parts of it. Damn. Wow.
To ensure that our persons
Thank
with
you, Dr.
disability are
Holness.
independently earning income.
Our next question still goes to Dr. Holness, and it comes from Giovanni Dennis.
Dr. Holness, communities like Charlemont, Birdsucker, Acadia, and many others across the corporate area have complained and have taken the government to court for inadequately regulated developments. Justice Hart Hines, in a 2021 ruling, said the KSAMC and NEPA have been dilatory in their mandate to enforce local planning laws and regulations. In December 2021, he said work was being done to restructure the entire approval process, yet the issues persist. Why isn't more being done to force the KSAMC and the NEPA to do their jobs to enforce the building regulations?
When that comment was made, the situation was as you have said. Since then, there have been significant improvement in enforcement and including a new planning order for Kingston and St. Andrew, which clarifies many of the issues that were in contention, including we have included more inspection officers at the KSAMC, and there are more cases now being brought to court which are being prosecuted. So there has been an improvement. However, I believe that there is still much more work to be done in terms of increasing the enforcement capabilities. And yes, there are some legislative changes that need to be clarified, particularly as to how titles are issued and how densities are approved.
Mr. Golding has the opportunity to respond.
Since the People's National Party assumed the leadership in the council of the KSAMC, the new Mayor Andrew Swaby has been pursuing internal governance reform, including persons from outside to try and improve standards and processes, make them more transparent and effective, so that the citizens of the corporate area can expect higher levels of governance. I think it's unfortunate that in the case of Mr. Holness and his wife, they are in the business of real estate development, or certainly she is, and that presents serious conflicts of interest which have manifested themselves in some of their own schemes that they've developed. I think we need to have rules which preclude that kind of activity so that there's no question of conflicts of interest.
We've come to the point in the debate when the debaters get an opportunity to ask each other questions. We begin, we invite Mr. Golding to ask a question of Dr. Andrew Holness.
Mr. Holness, the Integrity Commission in their court filing in the case that you brought to try and strike down the act and eliminate the offense for which you are being investigated, have said that you had money in the Ponzi scheme Olint and you got it out, while others suffered losses. You had money in Cash Plus, another Ponzi scheme where people lost lots of money, you got it out. And of course, you had money in SSL and you were able to withdraw your money before it collapsed. In fact,
no, Jamaica, how did I forget? How did I forget about these questions? Boy, Mark Golding make me work. I'm not telling no lie. I make me work, Jamaica. Mark Golding make me work. Mark Golding don't want me to go to bed, you know? He don't want me to go to bed. He behave himself. I never remember about this particular question in Jamaica. You have to document this and remind the people in what go on. TikTok, come here a little bit. Want to remember this?
Questions. We begin We invite Mr. Golding to ask a question of Dr. Andrew Holness.
Mr. Holness, the Integrity Commission, in their court filing in the case that you brought to try and strike down the act and eliminate the offense for which you are being investigated, have said that you had money in the Ponzi scheme Olint and you got it out, while others suffered losses. You had money in Cash Plus, another Ponzi scheme where people lost lots of money, you got it out. And of course, you had money in SSL, and you were able to withdraw your money before it collapsed. In fact, I would say the only person that Usain Bolt has not been able to catch up with is you. And I want to ask you, how do you think and why do you think the people of Jamaica should trust you to have be in charge of the governance of the country for a third term with that track record and with that cloud hanging over your head?
The leader of the opposition is a liar and cannot be trusted. I lost money in Cash Plus and Olint. However, the PNP accepted and received $1 million from Olint. He has no credibility to talk about Ponzi scheme. They benefited from the Ponzi scheme to fund their election campaign. He questions my wife's integrity about development. My wife and my family are hardworking Jamaicans. We started off with taxes like many other Jamaicans, and I have worked hard. He has sought to weaponize that. But the people who receive me when I go into the country, they say, Andrew, don't worry. No weapon formed against you shall prosper.
Mr. Golding, your rebuttal.
I've made the point that for the Prime Minister and his wife to be in the real estate business when so many of the agencies of government which regulate that business fall under his Ministry of Economic Development and Job Creation creates a possibility for conflicts of interest. And I stick by that position.
Huge.
We now invite Dr. Andrew Holness to ask a question of Mr. Mark Golding.
The leader of the opposition speaks about integrity and trust. He was an advisor to a former Minister of Finance that put in place a policy of high interest rate, for which he acted as a broker for the government to invest loans and bonds for which he received a commission of high interest rate, to the point where one of his members described this as the greatest transfer of wealth from the poor to the rich. He, the Toponaris lawyer, has made billions of this, yet he does not disclose this in his integrity report. In fact, he doesn't even have a house in Jamaica. How can we believe you? And do you have assets in overseas companies for which you have not disclosed?
I've disclosed all my assets, and that's why my Integrity Commission declarations are certified. Your allegations are scurrilous and false. You made reference to DBNG, although you didn't call a name. DBNG was established in 1992 as an investment firm by 3 young Jamaican entrepreneurs. When the financial sector meltdown occurred some years later, and FinSAC was established as a response to try and protect the savers of this country so they didn't lose their money in their deposits in the banking system and their pensions and so on. DBNG, like other financial firms at the time, had to navigate that carefully to survive. We eventually were approached by a leading international bank, Scotiabank, who did a thorough due diligence on the company. It's a listed company where we were a listed company from inception. Our audited financial statements are public. Our quarterly financial statements are public. They looked at us inside out and upside down, found nothing, absolutely nothing untoward, and they bought the company. And we have nothing to hide on when it comes to DBNG. I would say, why is your government, having spent $200 million on this commission of inquiry into FinSAC, hiding the FinSAC report? Is it because you and your wife bought a house from somebody who had been FinSAC'd? You're a hypocrite, Andrew Holness, to be accusing me of anything in relation to FinSAC when you have been a direct beneficiary of the losses of somebody who was FinSAC, who lost their home because of FinSAC.
Again, Mr. Golding.
Damn. Man, I'm telling you, man, this debate was, boy, I'm so glad I did a reaction to this, boy. Oh, my God.
To attacking my wife, when you, according to the Contractor General's report, benefited from a sweetheart deal that was irregular. You benefited off the backs of the Jamaican people in creating your wealth. You were a connected party with the then Minister of Finance, and you advised and created the FinSac debacle with high interest rate.
What is the question?
Benefited from FinSac. I did not
What is the
purchase
question?
a FinSac house. I bought a house on the open market. And again, you come with weaponized lies.
What is the
Your
question?
lies will not work.
What's the question?
We now go to closing statements. Now, based on the earlier coin toss, Mr. Mark Golding of the PNP will go first.
Yeah, remember get the closing statements in this.
The general election next week, Wednesday, presents a historic opportunity for the people of Jamaica. After 13 and a half years of belt tightening and austerity, we are finally in a situation where the debt to GDP ratio has achieved or is on the cusp of achieving the 60%, which was written into the fiscal rules by Portia Simpson Miller. That means that the fiscal rules and prudent economic management can change gear and look at how we can grow the economy and build a society with a better quality of life for all. We see some serious issues that need to be addressed. 700,000 Jamaicans or thereabouts live on public land, lands where they build their homes, but they don't have titles. The colonial era law set the period of 60 years of occupation before they can get ownership. We are going to reduce that to 25 years. We're going to give them titles. And that is going to unlock over $1 trillion of wealth, which is now sealed up and quarantined in the old colonial era law that is still on the books. That is why also we're increasing the threshold to 3.5 million. So working families who are struggling to make ends meet can get a little break so they can live a better life. It's why we're going to be removing the tax from the overtime pay of workers earning up to $6 million so they can make it easier in life as well. And when I govern the country as Prime Minister to serve you, I will ensure that accountability and transparency are at the center of what we do, and any hanky-panky, any violation of the public trust will be met with the full force of the law with no protection from me. And that is a huge difference between the government I will lead and the government of Andrew Holness. That is why I'm asking you, on election day, next Wednesday, vote for the People's National Party, put your ex beside the head, time come for a better life.
I don't even want to hear what Andrew Holness had to say. I'm so serious. I'm done. I'm done. Jamaica, you guys really dropped the ball September 3rd, you know. You voted a Barabbas a liar. And you know what they say about liars, right? Very, very sad. But hey, you guys have to live with the consequences now. The most thing you can do is repent. Ask God for forgiveness. Because God was trying to speak to you through the apostles and the men of God to tell you which direction to go. But you guys still chose Barabbas. Amen. Here we are. How on the field? On the field. Mount a lie when me expose. You know, this is one debate with Andrew Holness there. On the field. Man, see y'all later, man. Have a good night. Save the draft. Yeah, save the draft. Yeah, I got a lot of work to do. See you guys later. Appreciate you guys. Love, respect. Thank you for your time. One message me asking for food, right? Say she has suffer. Sorry but refuse to help her prosperity. Somebody message her and ask you for food, money. She says she has suffer. So she's a labor, right? Kea, what would Jesus do? Kea, what would Jesus do, Kea? Kea, what would Jesus do? That's all I'm going to ask him. What would Jesus do? Yeah, man. Follow Jesus, all right? Just follow Jesus. Please. Let us not be like that. Follow Jesus. I know say if I come with them. I know say if I come with them really depend that type of time. But follow Jesus. Me know. Do what would please the Lord. I'm so serious, I'm not joking. Do what would please the Lord. Alright? Do what would please the Lord. And in pleasing the Lord, your basket. Remember say Andre Stevenson go out there, you know, and he never look for who a PNP, you know, he help out everybody when them did in need. Alright? Yeah, me know. But you have to remember say, you know, remember say them really get them really under one spell for you, you know. You see money where them take and the clothes them where them take from Andrew and them something there. Them under witchcraft. And you hear the apostle tell you, they under witchcraft, man. They can't, them, listen, it rough upon them. It rough upon them. I know some of them can't see the light because they under witchcraft. You understand? So, you know, yeah. And at the end of the day, I just remember say the word is love. You understand? But me keep my distance from them, you know, because you're sorry for Magadog and Magadog turn around bite you. So you have to be careful how you even engage to help them. But if you can do it, you do it and do it with a willing heart. You say me I deal with certain things, me not gonna engage with them. Me know. Kaya, hey, big up yourself, yeah, Kaya. I like how you're honest. Like how you're honest. Kaya say, yo, prosperity. But they feel link Andrew still, me not lie. They feel link Andrew or whoever. Them did link with and I rep so hard. They feel link Andrew, man. Andrew, they feel link him. Them feel link him. But guess what, you know, say, alright, me I show you our vibes. You know, say sometimes God put we in some position for we not get no help. Just to teach you one lesson. Yeah, man, God do that, you know. Yes, sometimes God put you in a position, right? For not get no help because we ain't too tough. You feel what I say? Yeah, man. So God put you in a space where we lack. There's lack. You understand? So, you know. But if she call them, man, remember the Bible saying, man, if your neighbor asks you, you have bread there to feed them, you know. So, you know that go. You still have faith. You know what I mean? Yeah, man. So, you know, I can't say a man want water and I give him water. You know, I just saw me I say, cause me I see a woman, I go send her money. Yes. That is it, my darling. That is it. I say, me not tell a lie, but they vex with them, you know. I still vex with them, you know, but me can't vex with them to the point where they hungry and they ask me for food and me have the food to give them and give them. You can't do that. You can't do that. You not do that. You want water? No, me can't do that. They're upsetting for true. Not tell no lie. But later, yeah, thank you guys for your interactions. 100 strong still here. Oh my God, you guys are amazing. Big up on yourself. I hope that you guys truly go and follow my YouTube channel. All 100 of you that's watching right now. Go and follow my YouTube channel. The link is in the bio of my page. I guess 35,000 is the number because no Bolo VNR? No, man. The link is in the bio, man. Just go click. Let me show you before me left. The link there right in the bio, man. See there? See there? See it? Right there, so see the link there? That's the link. Yeah, man. So you go straight to my YouTube page. Alright? God bless you, man. So if you want to watch the replay them for even my TikTok live them, most of them, you can see the information, not just hear me talk about the or listen. You can watch the videos them. It's there. Thank you guys again. The word is love. Later, Zine. Alright, Chrissy. Thanks, Chrissy. Yeah, man. Big up. Out.